So we'll kick off our first meeting briefing for the day, which is our workshop 4 of 4, but I think I heard the other day that there's now 5, so I'm not sure if it's 4 or 5. 4 of 5, I should say. So this one is another annual plan to confirm guidance on development of the draft annual plan 26-27. We've got Grant and Giles. How do you want to run it? Just want to run through or ask questions through it? We've got an hour for this, Pete.
Would quite like questions after we finish the financial part, but clearly if there are burning issues, we will pick them up as we go. Do you just want to go through to the context slide? So this is it the number 4? Annual plan working briefing. So what we want to do here, as we talked about last week, is we've highlighted across the 3 core services the proposed changes. This was really to summarise those and then to bring together what that means from a financial perspective. So you see how we arrive at the 2.9%, which then obviously is the basis that we are currently generating the draft annual plan, and Council can then consider if they do or do not want anything else incorporated into that. So Grant will take us through the detail, and then Ross will come and talk to us about the engagement approach when we get to that point. So over to you, Grant.
Thanks, Giles. Morena koutou. Just before I get into the financials, I just want to make it really clear that all the numbers in this slideshow are indicative and they are high level. So our basis was year 3 of the long-term plan, and then we added the changes for 26-27 that we've heard about or we've been working on together. What it doesn't account for is activity in 25-26. So if there's been restructuring, which we know about, forecasting, for example, that we're working on, remuneration outcomes, all those sort of things that are still in train, then that will come into the mix here and it will change things around a bit within the lines. So I'd say today just focus on the bottom line numbers rather than the detail within the lines that will ultimately shift around. If you can just bear with us on that. So first up, we've got this slide which is talking about rates revenue. And what we're doing here is we're tracking the start point with 25-26 and essentially listing out how we got to year 3 in the long-term plan for 26-27. So start point was 206 million, and then we've added in public transport aspects. We haven't had a vacancy factor and arrived at an LTP year 3 of 241 million. So that's that 17.2 increase that you've heard about in previous workshops. Obviously that's far too high, but it is our start point, and part of the trick there is that we needed to work on 25-26 to make sure that was 5.8% for that, but that meant pushing some other challenges out to year 3 in the LTP, and here we are again this year working that back down again. So we're working down from 17.2 down to 2.9, which we've talked about in other meetings. So that is public transport aspects coming back out and the vacancy factor going in. Now the next 2 slides, we're talking about the changes, essentially a recap of the changes that have really flown through into the 26-27 numbers. And there is a magic number of 3, you'll find. I've noticed that last night in terms of these different groupings. So we've come up with 3 different aspects for each of them. I don't know how, but it's worked out that way. It's good because it's not too much, not too little. It's the Goldilocks story. Yeah. So ERP, environmental regulation and protection. Now we're saying there's no significant changes there, but there is a bit of a watching brief for a few items here. We've got the government reforms, we've got the smart enabling regulator, and review of Canterbury regional pest management. We also have the Wallaby pest management aspect we talked about in workshop 3. So that's not in the numbers at the moment because staff are still working on that. and that's the work piggybacking on the pest management work that DOC are doing to make sure we have a bigger impact with them. So we'll keep working on that. CPRH in the community side there are 3 changes flowing through. So there's the Tranche 2 flood protection funding, and I'll talk about this more in the surplus story further on, but essentially we've got grant revenue flowing through here, but there's no expenditure side in the P&L. Why? Because it's on the balance sheet, it's actually capital spend. So that does have quite a flow through in the numbers. We've got Service Measure 19, and that's the Department of Internal Affairs requirement there for better disclosure. And that's all about making sure our significant assets are well described when it comes to flood protection, what we're spending on renewals, and what we're spending on repairs and maintenance, just for the significant aspects. And the last piece there is about the river and drainage rating meetings. That's another aspect that's underway and not yet finalised.
I believe Councillor Mackenzie's got a burning question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Why are there no significant changes in ERP, given that we have presumably have halted all planning work, and yet our long-term plan would have had a significant amount of spend on planning? Why isn't that showing a reduction in ERP?
So I do have the numbers for ERP for the planning. So in 26-27, the borrowing that was budgeted for natural capital was 12.4 million, but it will reduce to 11 million in the annual plan. So that's as a result of on hold. I wouldn't be able to articulate what that 11 million is going to be spent on that at this point in time.
So we're still planning on spending 11 million, and borrowing 11 million, but that's got a capital and repayment cost. I mean, we'll see we've got a repayment cost of $4 million in last year's, presumably, or the last 2 years worth of borrowing for natural capital. Why are we still borrowing for natural capital when we're not doing any planning work at the moment, or planning to do any planning work?
I don't have that detail. We will get it for you to find out what that 11 million is going to be spent on. Yep.
Well, it begs the question as whether we need to be budgeting to spend that money in the first place, or borrow that money in the first place, isn't it?
The CE wants to make a comment.
We will bring that back for you, Councillor Mackenzie. The intention was also some of the work around coastal planning and other planning, and we can bring that back. I'll also just note, in the context of the changes that are being mooted for reform, we are also anticipating some form of dealing with spatial planning in the future. That has been signaled publicly by the Ministry for the Environment. I expect to know more detail on that very shortly, as will you. And as soon as we have that, then we can probably look at these numbers again in the context of that. So thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Appreciate that.
So I've got a couple of more questions. It's okay. So I'll go Councillor Campbell. Councillor Scott.
Can I just clarify the first point under community preparedness in response to hazards? Does that mean, as I have interpreted it to mean, that our expenditure hasn't been costed yet and that it is to be added to that 2.9%?
So we're confident in terms of the money that we need to spend. What we're currently still working through is the timing of the spend versus the borrowing, and therefore what the impact on rates will be to repay. So I think, as Lee and Grant said last week, or maybe the week before, the impact of that borrowing will be very small, won't be material in terms of the rates for next year.
Thank you. Councillor Scott?
Just a comment on the wallaby thing. I don't know if it will have a significant impact on rates. The way we're thinking about doing it, there'll need to be a targeted rate, but the wallabies being wallabies, they keep breeding all the time. So the significant knockdown would be required. So it's probably debt funded and then funded by targeted rate back over, say, 10 years. So we haven't done that thinking. Brent, we've got some questions into Brent about it. But the point is, I don't think significantly it will affect that rate number, actually.
So, yeah, it would be a targeted rate. I'm not confident that we would be able to debt fund it, given the constrictions of our current policies. It's OPEX expenditure. Natural capital is the only item that we've agreed that we can fund by borrowing. But that work is being done. It would be a targeted rate, and my understanding is it would require consultation with the community impacted by that targeted rate.
So that would be the point, I guess, I was trying to make before, Giles, was that unless you could actually have a chunk of cash in there to do something immediately, you're probably not going to make a lot of difference by having a targeted rate of $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 for those people. So I think that's the thing we need to think about.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Second point that might be worth looking at is the budgeted expenditure for CWMS. And because, as I understand it, the discussion now with TAs about the future of the replacements for the zone committees is slightly more fluid than it was maybe a couple of months ago with the changes that have been made, and whether in fact it's still appropriate to be budgeting to fund leadership groups or zone committee replacements, when in fact it may be 6 months before we get much traction in what that future looks like.
I think that's one of the things that's still being worked through to understand the impacts and the timing, and therefore whether there is any impact on the annual plan.
Okay, carry on.
All right, so the next section is about public transport, and what you're seeing here is a description of the various aspects that have largely come out with public transport. So the removal of local share funding for routes 1 and 5, and removal of road user charges because that won't kick in until 27-28. And then there's the Rolleston hybrid, which will be reviewed in February and March. And we'll come to that in the deliberations in May 26 for the annual plan as well.
So one of the things we highlighted there that we said we'd come back to is the impact of funding directly with local share. Circa $5 million per route is the overall cost. Those are ballpark numbers. Don't quote me. Be plus or minus. At the moment, obviously, we currently have 49% in of that cost for both routes 1 and 5 into the annual plan or in the long-term plan. If council wanted to fund one or both of those routes through local share, our belief or our advice is that you would need to consult, because either you are significantly reducing the benefit for the rates being raised because you're only doing one route rather than both if you just took the aggregate money, but more importantly that implicitly you are committing the council to funding that in perpetuity, given that we have no commitment from central government to provide their 51% in the future. So council would need to be mindful of that, particularly for the 27-28 year, given the timing of decisions that central government makes, which would be after the start of the financial year for 27-28. So we would already be into year 2 of delivering that service. So our advice is that if you wanted to fund that locally, you would need to consult, and as you're aware, our advice is to avoid consultation for the annual plan this year.
Ashley?
Just so I'm clear, what we would need to fund in perpetuity is not the entire route, but just the uplift portion of the route. And so another question for you, because I didn't come here to think in straight lines. What if there was, the uplift is a bus every 10 minutes. What if it was a halfway house and instead of 6 buses an hour, we were looking at 5 buses an hour, a bus every 12 minutes? Are we locked into doing everything the same way on every route, or can we look for incremental gains where it's possible for them to happen?
So we're not locked into doing the same thing on every route, although obviously PT Future's strategy is based on a turn up and go 10-minute frequency on the core routes. This is partly around the timing of decisions. Our understanding is that NZTA are supportive of the desire to move to turn up and go for the core routes. It's more about funding availability. And so council would need to be prepared to underwrite the cost of that, whatever level of increase that was agreed after consultation, recognising that NZTA may or may not decide to provide funding given that council have already agreed, which may set precedent for future investment decisions. At the moment, we're 49.51 after we take off fares, and that could change if council are demonstrating that they have the resources to support an increased local share, be it 100% or some degree lower than that. So that's the trade-off and the risk that council would need to weigh up if it did want to go down turn up and go uplift or some lesser uplift.
Councillor Scott? Oh, sorry, it was Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair.
And then Councillor-
Just sorry, I know you did say take questions at the end, but this particular one, and just following on from the line of questioning of Councillor Campbell, the routes 1 and 5, you've been very clear that it's just to the Belfast and just Hornby to New Brighton, which is within the bounds of the city, whereas we know those routes go outside. So can I just check your answer to Councillor Campbell that the uplift would land on within the city boundaries here? If we did choose to do that, and I am well aware of the risks, and I am very concerned about risks of and how it could be perceived by central government.
For those routes and for the, as we've talked, the Route 1 goes from Cashmere to Belfast, and that would be the uplift.
Route 1 also goes to Rangiora. So you are only just talking Cashmere to Belfast?
I believe so. That the direct routes to the Selwyn and Waimakariri are being treated differently under the PT Futures. We looked at those slightly separately. Joe, I think.
They've got different numbers.
Councillor Davies, and then we'll move on.
Because you're currently between Cashmere and Belfast, it's 15-minute, and out to Rangiora, it's 30-minute. So the uplift is within the city boundaries as per PT Futures. But I'm quite interested by this idea. I think, firstly, I'll just say I think I support the officer advice here. So just in my advice to the council is it's probably not going to fly us locally funding one of these routes in this annual plan, but let's just really get our ducks lined up for the next LTP, regardless of governance. And ideally, definitely pick off one of these, probably the one that has the higher need and the higher demand, and whether that's like Ashley's talking about the social need or the private revenue ratio, balance that one out. By looking at it, I reckon the 5 is the city here. But just around the logic around having to consult again, because we've kind of had the long-term plan be adopted with the community input to support the uplift, but is that on the assumption that we would get the funding?
Yep.
Long-term plan was clear. There was a statement in there that these are on the basis that NZTA provides funding. So the fully funding for one of those routes is a circa $5 million. So council currently has circa $5 million across 2 routes in the plan. So if you were to combine those, simplistically could uplift one route for 1 year, but that's providing the community with significantly less service benefit than they potentially thought they were going to get for that rate increase. And that's why we are suggesting that you're also committing to 27-28, because NZTA will not have made any decisions by that point as a minimum, and you are also potentially committing for future years So that's the reason we're suggesting that consultation would probably be required. The rate impact of circa 5 million is about 2.3%. And so that's 2.9 becomes 4.2.
So just following on that, so in the past, like, is it common to see a long-term planned rates increase forecast for more than eventuates because we don't get grants, we don't get funding from the government for?
That's what we've been doing over the last couple of years. If councillors recall the changes for this year's annual plan and the significant reduction that resulted was because we were withdrawing the local share from projects that we were no longer progressing because NZTA did not support them. And that's one of the challenges that we have every LTP, is that the council needs to make decisions about putting its local share in anticipation that NZTA will support with its share. Now, if everything works out as we hope, that's no issue because we make a decision, they make a decision, the two parts of the funding come together.
We've got to move on. I've got a question here from Councillor Scott, and then we'll move on to the next parts of this.
No, just an observation. I agree. I thought you said.
Okay, we'll move on now.
Okay, so the last section of this slide was around the risk-based assumptions, and you'll remember that from workshop 3. And just reminding you that a couple of these are steady state and not changing, but the ones we've listed here are changing. So the average interest rate dropping from 5 to 4%, and inflation rates for OPEX and CAPEX also dropping. And really, this is just following the market trend at the moment with the OCR rates decrease. What's happening in the market and economy looking to pick up slowly but surely. Apparently it's already turned. Fingers crossed. Yeah, apparently.
Write it down.
This slide is presenting core services in totality. So we've got all our core services here. The overheads are allocated in this view, which you'll recall is about 100 million. And largely similar numbers. There is the community preparedness and response to hazards, which I'll come to in the later slides, the movement there. And this slide has the various components for ERP. And as I say, these lines will undoubtedly move around, especially once you do the overhead allocations as things change as we get into early next year. But if you look at the bottom, overall it's relatively similar from 25-26 to 26-27. And a good example of the movement is the Indigenous, so it's dropping by around about 2 million. And the reason for that is it's actually allocations between core services that have moved around, but the service delivery is not dropping. So that's an example of the type of movements you see there. So here's the overlay for CPRH, and again fairly similar with the exception of flood and river resilience dropping down by about 2 million. This one I found a bit interesting. Why is it dropping if we're spending more money on flood protection? And the answer for that at this stage is that we've had tranche 1 OPEX being higher in 25-26 than it is currently in 26-27. But again, that's still being worked through, so we do expect some more OPEX that may balance that out to bring it back.
I've got a question there from Peter Scott and then one from Ian McKenzie. Okay. Can you wait till the end, or?
It's pertinent to all these numbers you're putting up, but when we measure our rate difference for the annual plan, that's measured on last year's actual annual plan budget or the actual numbers? So if you have a rate increase, for example, is that on the actual numbers or on the plan numbers? Because they're significantly different.
Yeah, so the first slide that I covered, the rating is based on the plan, so 25-26.
The rate increase?
Yes.
The rate increase will be the annual plan that was agreed 25-26 that we set the rate for. compared to what we put in the annual plan. So it'll be plan versus plan, because that's what we actually rate to collect to deliver. What we actually spend, obviously councils will be aware that we had a underspend last year, which fed its way through into the rating for this year. But we will set the annual plan, and the rates finally cast will reflect the annual plan that you approve in May.
All right, continuing to the next slide. So here's our view for public transport. And again, it's very similar across the different areas. Nothing too much to report at this higher level, aside from what we've already talked about. And then this slide is an interesting one. So it gives our P&L view, if you like, the profit and loss over a very high-level view. And so we've got the general rates coming in here, along with other rates and other income like grants and user pays, arriving at total funding of 360 million, expenditure of 353, and that derives a surplus of 7 million. Now, the 7 million surplus may seem on the face of it fantastic, but the reality is that's actually grant funding that's coming in primarily for tranche 2 flood protection works. And of course, there's no associated expenditure on the P&L for that because it's capital. So it's actually on the balance sheet. If we were to back that out and not have that influence from flood protection grant funding, we're really looking at about a $1.1 million surplus, very similar to the third year LTP figure. So I think it's really important to bear that in mind. And the other big mover I just wanted to point out was targeted rates. You'll see they jumped by 6 million, and I guess that one, when I saw it, kind of looked interesting to me. You know, why is that moving? And what that is that's civil defence and emergency management moving from general rates to targeted. Audit New Zealand have consistently pointed out that it should be a targeted rate,
Right.
not general.
Is it not normally in the UAGC?
No, it's not. And
It's because there's a very small part, the south end of the region, that isn't covered by the CDM rate. So whilst, if you look objectively, it's the UAGC, because it doesn't cover the whole region. You know, it's the 2,000 houses or 1,000 houses. It becomes a targeted rate for the rest of the region, according to Audit New Zealand. But
So complicated. Thanks. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to butt in there. I think Ian McKenzie, did you have a question?
Yeah, so it relates back to my previous question. So if you add up the core service expenditure, there's only a $1.5 million increase on last year's plan, and yet we're still budgeting a 2.9% rate rise. What's the difference? 1.5 million is 1% roughly, isn't it? Where's the other 1.8% increase coming from? Is that in the overheads costs of the business?
it'll be the mix of funding that we're receiving. The core services costs are the total cost of the organisation, including overhead allocation as we currently understand it. Clearly, those things will change as we firm up budgets in terms of the way those costs are allocated. But that analysis of the core services represents the total. To the outside world, we deliver three things. That includes the costs of running the organisation to deliver those things. So the shift will be in the mix of where the funding is coming from. That impacts on how much we need to raise through rates.
But if our expenditure, if the core service expenditure, so ERP, it's 132.8, and we're going down to 132.4, and hazards, it's 54.3, going down to 51.9, and then the PT is the only one where it's actually going up 1.4 million. Why doesn't that translate into the? There seems to be a discrepancy here, which I don't understand. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't understand why one is a 2.9 and the other one actually, the actual numbers show a decrease in expenditure.
I see what you're saying, and I think it is the movements from 25, 26 working its way all the way down to the 2.9. So it's the ins and outs that are going on there at that very top level, and then and then it's a reconciliation to say what's the 2.9% at this core services level. And we could do that exercise, separately and bring it back if that's helpful to correlate the two. But I think we're looking at two different views of the same information.
And that might be the case, but the 2.9 then might not be the right percentage number, might it?
It would be interesting to reconcile and just see,
I think it would be quite useful to get that clarified, because if I look at that, I would immediately go, okay, we're actually potentially having a rates reduction based on the assumption of how much council spends per year. So it might be useful just to get some clarity on that for us.
So what the way I read the numbers is we are forecasting quite a substantial increase in expenditure on last year's actual numbers, but it's actually a reduction on the plan, and so maybe the 2.9 is the actual increase on last year's expenditure rather than the rate rise, rather than the annual plan numbers. Maybe, I don't know.
It is the rate rise. I mean, ultimately, that's expenditure. What it doesn't take account of is how much income are we getting from various sources, and therefore, what's the gap that needs to be made up by rates?
Rates, yep.
Technically, I mean, ultimately,
it's all the grant funding. It's all the grant funding and
user pays, grants, interest received, etc., will all play through into how much do we need to raise through rates to achieve expenditure, which is broadly in line with 25, 26.
Yep. Any other questions on that? No. Amy?
Thank you. Through the chair, we had an earlier question around the provision in the 26-27 plan for planning, and just to break that down. Obviously, we are unsure exactly the context where we will be working in from July 1 from next year. So we have made a provision for the it's just changed for the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which is has a very prescriptive planning process and compliant engagement process, and also to complete the RPS hearings. Now, obviously, we have made that has rolled through the planning, the overall process for the annual plan. So we've got numbers, but obviously we're getting more information, and the context is clarifying daily. So that number absolutely may change. So. But we will have a more detailed breakdown for you, as Giles said, outside of council. That was the basis of that number.
Okay.
We are currently providing for $11 million worth of borrowing next year. As you say, the number may change. That may be, I would argue, probably slightly high, but could also be too low. There's a lot of water to go under the bridge in the next 6 months.
I would have thought that would be really up for challenge and scrutiny, that number, given the current circumstances.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I guess my point's on the same question as just been asked. The 16.4 that was on that slide on whatever page it was, the breakdown of the programs in the ERP, and you just talked about potentially we've got 12.4 mil and that's 16.4, and you're thinking it'll go down to 11. So the rest of it's science work, is it? That's just ordinary operational expenditure that we don't borrow.
Sorry, which slide were you? If we could go back to the slide just to check which one you're on there. Yes.
That's the question there, is we've got a figure of 16.4 in, and we know it's just most of it's borrowing, and I've just heard that we had 12.4 in as borrowed capital under the natural capital policy, but you're suggesting that, Giles, that you're suggesting that might go down to 11 mil. So the difference between 11, say, and 16.4, is that all operational? So
I do.
The 11 million is the borrow. 11 million represents the natural capital borrowing that we have included in the plan for next year, which may come down. Will have very little impact on the rate take for next year, given that we borrow it and then repay it over 10 years. So even if it comes down, it will have a very marginal impact on 26, 27, but obviously over the 10 years of the borrowing, it would make that a difference depending on the level of borrowing next year. But that's about the flip side of expenditure sits in the P&L on planning frameworks, and obviously that amount could come down. We've put the money in for the borrowing of 11 million for next year.
Councillor Scott?
I was just going to add to that. As I've already said, these are based on what we know right now, and we're getting more information daily. This is ahead of a major news on a major regulatory reform. Obviously, when we have that information, we will adjust our planning and our budgeting accordingly.
Okay, I think we can. Thank you for that, Amy. Does that answer your question, Peter?
Yeah, no, I've got three big questions, but they're highly speculative because I don't understand. I could ask them next Wednesday maybe when we understand what this is, and I think we get a better form, an idea of what our form will be. But we'd be silly to try and chuck things out, babies in the bathwater out, because some of the functions are still going to be required. Doesn't matter what the form is, the functions will still be required. So we need to be prudent on that.
Councillor Robinson?
No, thanks for this. Just looking at the exact same sheet, actually, just with regards to the compliance and the slight increase of, 3.3 million. I'm wondering if that actually still takes into account the ratio of user pays and with the rates, the general rates versus user pays. Because, with compliance up to 67% of the compliance is set through general rates. So has that been considered? Because, and changing that ratio would actually save money and the user would pay more. And I'm just wondering if that scenario is part of this, because I think it probably should be. Sorry.
There's a range put in the revenue and financing policy. Previous councillors will recall that there was an increasing level of user pays recovery assumed in the long-term plan and the annual plan to get us back into within the policy range. That assumption will be built into these numbers. If council wanted to change the split between user pays and the general rates, that would require us to consult again on the fees and charges schedule, which our advice is to avoid doing that until the LTP, when we're clearer about the situation going forward, because it would require us to run a consultation process relating to fees and charges.
The reason I bring it up is I think the detail of how that money is used in certain areas and not in other areas, I think at least we need some comms on whether or not that would be a good idea or not. Like, I can understand your point of view, it can trigger things, and my concern is that the devil in the detail is definitely the devil in the detail. And in my opinion, I don't like what I see, and I think the general public would like a chance to say something about that, because it's really quite overwhelming, the detail. I think at least needs to be a consideration or an option in there of how we go forward. Because something needs to change, and we can't keep lowering rates and taking off other portfolios because we don't want to address the key issue, which in my opinion is we're not doing the compliance work that we should be.
So if you recall, Brett and Paul talked last week when we were talking about ERP around the desire to fundamentally review how the basis for recouping money in terms of user pays. That is a substantial piece of work that obviously needs to take into account any RMA reform changes. And that is something that staff would very much like to engage with council on in anticipation of a long-term plan. Recognising that we also talked last week about the revenue and financing policy and driving the work on that through the areas that council collectively wants us to look at, which this may be one of them. But I do recall there was quite different views around the table when we talked about the split between user pays and general rates for compliance and consenting. But it is certainly a very live area across the organisation in terms of how do we arrive at a more transparent, easier to understand, simpler and more efficient and effective way of raising the money that is required to pay for our regulatory functions, be that through general rates, targeted rates or user pays.
Let's move on. There's a few more slides, I think.
Yeah. And just to add to Giles, while I'm shifting through, maybe it could be a discussion for the long-term plan as well, as opposed to the annual plan.
We're going to get a fair bit more clarity on that over the coming months. So,
yeah, that's right. Where did we get to? We covered this slide here. And the last slide is focused on capital spend. And so we've got our key areas of capital spend. The big movements and changes there are around digital and flood protection. So for digital, what you're seeing there is a shift from capital spend again to operating. We just don't have as much being spent on capital these days because of accounting policy and rules, software as a service, licenses, cloud-based services. It's all OPEX, not CAPEX these days primarily. So that's that shift there. Flood protection, well, we've talked about that. We're going to be spending a fair amount of money on flood protection as we always do, boosted by Tranche 2 funding, lifting that up. We've got a bit of homework to do on the land and buildings, so that's not finished yet, but it is in progress. So at the moment it's showing 0, but that will change as well. And that brings me to the end of our slides. So I guess we pause there, Chair. And
questions. So I've got a question from Councillor Campbell and Councillor Scott.
This was probably explained in an earlier briefing, but it's not jumping to the top of my brain. Several of the questions that have been asked, the answer is that would trigger a full consultation rather than just engagement. What can you spell out the rationale behind deciding that you would prefer engagement rather than full consultation? Because I think we've had so many questions that the answer has come up that we need to know what that rationale is.
So that's the purpose partly of the next session with Ross. We've got a few slides on engagement, the consultation. So if we probably finish with any other questions on the financials before we enter.
Okay, so who was the Scott?
Just around digital, and I understand the accounting policy has changed that we can't just jump into it big time with. So does this spend here get us to where we need to be in terms of our digital spend? I mean, we spent a lot of time during the last year of the last triennium talking about how important this is to get us up to speed and being able to get on a sharing platform for public good and all those sorts of things. Can you answer that for a start?
So this is ongoing program of work. As previous councillors will know, I'm extremely keen for us to have a multi-year capital view. This is the capital budget for digital for next year that we're proposing, recognising that a lot of the spend is OPEX. We, at a base level, have addressed and are addressing most of the majority of the significant risks that we face from a technology perspective. key thing that we are still working through is what is the digital investment that's required to uplift our regulatory function to where it needs to be in terms of delivering a much easier to use, seamless, accurate data packing, and that's part of the ongoing program of work over multiple years.
Yep. And then
Because the other part of that, in terms of the width of that discussion that we were having, was the opportunity to share data with other data collectors like irrigation companies and those sorts of things, like on a health statistic basis. Is there any work being done on trying to do that, or is this just internal funding?
There's ongoing work related to what data do we need, where do we get it from, who stores it, how do we keep it secure, how do we access it, all of that. The world is very, very much moved past. If we're using data, we need to own it and control it, which is the point that you're making, Councillor, to where is the best place to get this data, how do we share it across, not only across the multi, but also across international borders, etc., with appropriate safeguards in place, recognising particularly Maori data sovereignty and many other considerations. But we are working across Canterbury, we're working across the South Island, we're working nationally, and we're very alive to the fact that we don't need to own and
e-planning
control.
is coming, and we will be there will be frameworks that the governments that will be centralised for a lot of this thing. So e-planning will come next week, or will be signalled. So I've got a couple of questions. I've got Moody, Councillor Mackenzie, then Councillor Davis, and I've got a couple of questions, and we'll move into the next space if there's nobody else on the financial stuff. Oh, and then Councillor Faulkner.
Thanks for the information, Giles, and just to say when the time comes, looking forward to continuing that discussion about how we can reduce our rates burden, keep our rates low by continuing our direction of travel of moving the costs of resource consent applications to the business applying for the consent, when coupled with our enabling regulator work to ensure that those costs are lean, functional, and as unbureaucratic as possible. And matching with our government's directions to enable business and keep rates low. So, thanks.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to make sure I haven't mistaken these numbers, the 10.1 in flood protection capital expenditure. Yeah, that's the actual expenditure planned after capitalising the. So that's the actual cash cost.
That's the capital spend for 26-27, including the regional infrastructure funding for next year. Clearly, it's a multi-year programme, and so that will carry on in future years. Again, why I'm very keen to provide a multi-year view of capital spend.
Councillor Davis.
I'm just standing back and looking at these. So the two big things we spend are obviously ERP and the public transport. So the release of the funding from the National Land Transport Fund will be at the end of or June 27, something like that. No? When do you get?
NZTA makes its decisions usually in September of 27.
So it's difficult for us, if we agree to approve the 27-28 year, we're already in year 2, you were saying for that. And what if, I don't want to say this, but we get taken over and City Council jumps in and we lose public transport? I mean, I'm just, yeah.
I think transitional arrangements for any change in structure or functions would need to be worked through. I think the base is NZTA and us, or the ratepayers of Christchurch primarily, are 50-50 on public transport, and the bus network still needs to continue to be provided. So I wouldn't expect any immediate significant change in the level of service that is provided to the community.
You're planning 2 years out.
What I was trying to say is that if the council made the decision to locally fund a whole route uplift without the government's funding, as a minimum, council would need to be prepared to underwrite that until NZTA made decisions, recognising that NZTA may not make a decision, given that we were one of only 3 improvements in the entire country in the last NLTP announcements. And the message we're getting from NZTA is there isn't any more money in the system now than there was 3 years ago. And so don't anticipate huge levels of additional investment.
Yeah, I mean, there is less money to play with because inflation is eating away that money every day. That's why we've got to get these plans in place so that we're ready to go. If there is a lolly scramble, and there is a few ducks that potentially could line up, so we want to be ready to pounce. Who was next? Faulkner?
Thank you. Just looking at the ARP, the biodiversity and local action support is about just under 24 million, about 18% of the total cost. And my question is in regards to, is there potential to review where we're sitting in those plans at the moment? Because I can see that the RMA reform is going to have a push into reducing or empowering a closer relationship with landowners. And I wondered whether that is being thought about going forward, because 18% of a budget's a significant amount, and just in my experience, there's a lot of management cost involved in completing those programs, and if they were closer aligned, ownership of irrigation scheme management in part of that process.
So I think that those are always live questions within the council chamber and also amongst staff. These plans or these numbers are based on what we currently know today. What we know tomorrow or next week may be very different. What we know in the new year may also continue to change. I think the challenge is that this is based on year 3 of an LTP that council will then need to be spending its time and effort on looking at the next LTP, all other things being equal. And if you look through the 3 core services, the only changes we're really promoting are ones that are being given to us rather than ones that we are proactively seeking. So removing of the EV funding is because we don't need to pay it. Removal of the EV funding is because we don't need to pay it anymore. The removal of the funding for the route uplift is because there is no matched funding from central government, so it will be prudent for us to take out that money. And the third area is the trial with Rolleston, which clearly we're awaiting the results of. So those are things that actually, if none of those 3 existed, we will basically be proposing no change across the entire annual plan, recognising that in the background things are fundamentally changing, but until we understand what those are, in the context of the annual plan, staff advice is that it's not sensible or appropriate to make any major changes at this point, given that we have the changes going on that we don't know where they're going to land, and we have an LTP, all other things being equal, to prepare for the following year.
I'm just going to come to, can we get on to the to Ross's part, because I'm just conscious of time. Can we come back to a question I have around growth factor? How many new houses have we factored into the overall income piece? Yeah, in terms of the rating, yeah. So,
do you want me to answer that now, or do you want to?
Oh, have you got that on hand?
Well, I don't have it on hand, but I have spoken to the team about it earlier, and it's too early for us at the moment because we haven't got the rating information from the territorials. So, yeah. But that will be part of it.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah,
we'll move into Ross's piece.
Kia ora, Chair and Councillors. I'm called Ross Pringle Tupuinga. Ross Pringle from the Communications and Engagement team. I'm conscious of the time and you may have more questions of the finance people. Interesting conversation to date. So I'll just quickly run through a couple of slides around our proposed engagement approach. And I'll take these largely as read, just to point out that, as you probably have already worked out, the same legislation that requires us to have an annual plan also stipulates when we do and don't have to consult on said plan. So what you'll see up there on screen or in front of you is that we need to consult if there are significant or material differences from the LTP. And that would include the impact on the community, our ability to deliver a statutory function, but we also take into account our own policy, our engagement, significance and multi-participation policy, and the criteria and thresholds that are set within that. And we have, the legislation also prescribes a particular way of consulting for significant pieces of work, things like the long-term plan and other significant things that you can see there, like transfer of strategic assets, those kinds of things. That's a bit of a more involved process. This table hopefully helps explain a little bit of the difference between engagement and consultation, which might go some way to answer Councillor Campbell's question earlier. I guess the main difference between engagement and consultation is around the level of influence people have on the outcome. And as we've heard already, the approach that we're taking in this annual plan is it's based on the long-term plan. We already have a plan. Some changes have been forced on us and have been made, and decisions have been made through council processes. Those have been factored in. So there's really, we're just testing that plan with the community and saying, how are we still on the right track? Do you generally agree with the approach that we're taking? And you can see on there that there are certain requirements around having a consultation document, for instance. If we trigger a threshold for consultation, we are required by law to have a consultation document that must be adopted by the council. And that then gives us regard to think about what are the specific questions we're asking of the community to get good information back from the community to feed back to you as the decision makers so you can have confidence in your decision making process. You'll see wording there about statement of proposal. The legislation makes it clear that for an annual plan or a long-term plan, that statement of proposal is effectively the consultation document. They are the same thing. Other requirements, if we were consulting, are around hearings and I guess just the degree of effort we put into connecting with the community to make them aware of the decisions that are being proposed and invite their feedback. So in terms of that, as I mentioned, we're taking a bit of a broad brush approach. Well, that's what we're proposing. It is an opportunity to raise awareness of our role as regional council and the mahi that we deliver. And that may be particularly important in the current context. It's also a good opportunity to check in with the community on our work plan for year 3 of the long-term plan, noting any of those changes that have already been factored in. There's also an opportunity there for potential engagement around the long-term plan. It's a bit difficult to say what that might look like because, again, that's dependent a bit on the context we're operating in. We've heard around the table discussion about announcements that have already been made, some that are anticipated. So what that actually looks like, it's hard to say, but there is potential opportunity there to do some early testing with the community around where do they see those priorities for the regional council. So I'll leave it there and invite any questions.
So I've got some questions. I've got Councillor Campbell first. Any others? Councillor Faulkner and then Councillor Mackenzie at this stage.
Okay, so what I was trying to get at with my question about why engagement rather than consultation, or why that's recommendation, from what I'm taking from what you've just said, it's purely because of the level of change that is proposed in this draft. It's got what I was trying to tease out is, are there any other underlying reasons, staff time, workload, cost, whatever, that feed into the preference for engagement rather than consultation, because
Yeah,
I'm
Councillor Campbell, the Chief
Okay.
Executive's got a answer that's going to say something to this.
because there's just one thing that I'm very aware of, which is we keep talking about the next long-term plan, but actually there may not be a next long-term plan, or it may be cut off at the knees. So that's what's going around in my head.
Just on that last comment, we asked that question of DIA when we spoke to them, and they have given the expectation that these councils will still be around to do the long-term plan, and we still have to do business of the council for that respect. So from that point of view, I wouldn't say that we're not going to be doing one.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and excellent questions. Thank you so very much. The context we're working in is obviously significantly different than we anticipated. And I'll say this from the Chief Executive's perspective. In terms of what the staff are putting to you, it is with the view of using your staff time in this organization to the best end for what is coming. In terms of the context of transition, the exemplars we have from previous experience would be Three Waters. There were two different models used. One was a transition unit. Another is that, and this is more the local water done well model, where it goes back to the territorial authorities or those councils that are responsible for said work. Within that context, there was recognition that sufficient change, particularly around assets and rate take, require councillors to very often not be able to see entirely into the future. So LTPs could be curtailed to singular annual plans, and you might make decisions in that context rather than that 10-year vision with a 3-year budget, as it were. I'm anticipating we're going to see some direction of travel with regard to transition, and clearly there are multiple pieces here. These are not individual pieces of legislative change or proposal, whether that is the future for local government, whether that is rates banding, whether that is RM reform, or whether that is other matters yet to be brought forward. So they are a larger piece. It is what the staff need to work on. And my view for you as councillors is to have that big picture and to be able to understand which levers you need to pull, because our intention is the best outcome for our communities at the lowest cost within a transition period. I can't say anything more than that, Councillor, but I hope that helps.
Thank you, Stephanie. Excuse me. Any other questions? We've got Councillor. Did that answer your question? Yeah, excellent. Councillor Faulkner.
A similar question, actually, and Stephanie, you probably answered this as well. Will any RMA reform cut across any of the consultation processes that the LGA still have in place?
Through you, Chair, I'm not at liberty to answer that, but I would love to have the conversation next week.
Next week is going to be quite telling. We need to move. I've got Councillor Mackenzie and then Councillor Gerard. Then we'll move on from this because we've got a very important briefing about this conversation next.
So this sort of falls under Ashley and John's question, and Stephanie's very good answer is, so being specific, if we didn't borrow the $11 million to fund a whole lot of planning stuff, which may not be necessary, the financial impact on the budget may not be huge in the first instance, but it is a significant change of direction. Does that considered a trigger for consultation rather than engagement?
Thank you, through you, Councillor. At this stage, it does not, but I need to wait and see what comes next week. All of the advice from staff to you is based on what we know in the public domain. And as you know, I'm under a non-disclosure agreement and I cannot say anything else.
This is a moving feast. So we may get to a point early next year where we may have to, we're going to be looking at this again early next year, that we may have different information and have to go down a different track quickly or not.
Just a follow-up question. What in terms of a reduction in expenditure, what would be considered significant? So if you go back to John's question and we're talking about, let's say, efficiency and biodiversity spend, let's say you took $2 million off the biodiversity expenditure but delivered the service far more efficiently than we are today, would that be considered a significant difference? Is there a threshold that's considered significant?
There are various things set out in the significance policy of the council that need to be taken into account. One of those is financial spend. It would depend, in the example you gave, about where that reduction was happening and whether it was altering the level of service that we provided. But ultimately, if we were to propose to deliver the same service for less money, then all other things being equal, there wouldn't be a need to consult because you're in effect being more efficient. So there's a lot of things that need to be taken into account, and ultimately it's a council decision about whether that policy is triggered.
But if you cut a service, that would trigger it.
Need to move on. Councillor Gerard, we'll just finish off with you and then we'll move on to the next briefing.
I'm not sure if this is going to be very relevant, but for restructuring, and this might obviously be happening sooner rather than later, maybe. Have you been through any reform processes like this before, and have any idea what sort of figure we're looking at in the reform process, such as like the IT?
The CU
process?
has something to say to that, and then we'll move on.
Right.
Again, thank you for the question. I will make the comment that what is before us with regard to local government change remains a proposal that has been emphasized to me by officials for the last week. It is a proposal and it is genuine in terms of a submission on the 20th of February, and only about an hour and a half ago that was underscored, that decisions have not been made in this space. So I can only reiterate that. In terms of transformation costs, yes, we do have those, and you will hear some of those in the context of RM reform, but also in the context of the proposal. You obviously have the changes to the DHBs, the health proposal. You also have the CRIs. You also have the polytechs and then the demerger of the polytechnics. There is also a similar proposal for local government transformation in the United Kingdom, which looks to billions of dollars and what needs to be expended in order to have a return on investment. I have asked my teams, particularly the rapid response team, to look at those numbers and to also look at questions of GDP. And I'm expecting to have more of a conversation in the public domain around these. Councillor Gerard, it's a superb question. I just can't answer all of that today.
So we've got one more slide. Next steps. So there you go. So that would be quite useful.
Just the next steps, just outlining those there. The intention is to provide that draft annual plan based on the guidance that's been provided through the workshops to date. Feedback on that is due by the 5th of February, and then there'll be a further workshop to review that document, and Council gets to adopt the draft towards the end of February, and then we will be running our community engagement after that.
So just to be clear, the feedback that we are asking councillors to give by the 5th of February is during our recess time. So it will be emailed and to then reply with any feedback through email. Cool. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, to whoever it is, you'll get the information that you need. I'm not sure who exactly would be the person. Thank you. We need to move on to the next one because the next one's really important and it kind of feeds into the couple of questions that we had. So the next briefing we have, thanks team, is an overview of the proactive strategic futures work. This is to give councillors a bit of an overview of the prior work on the future fits model, and then that would feed into our strategic approach for the responding to the simplifying local government proposal that is before us at the moment. So we've got Amy Ellison, Emma Davis, Cecilia Ellis,
And Patrick Lindsay.
and Patrick Lindsay. I was just thinking who's Amy's. Is Amy in the room? Oh, she's sitting up the back there. So yeah, Patrick, you're taking it here from, how would you like to run it?
In a rapid response manner, hence our moving around. So we'll run through as a conversation. So you'll remember, councillors, that I gave you a quick update on the work of the rapid response team on Wednesday last week, as some of these proposals from central government were dropping. I come to you with slightly less adrenaline today. And so we'll hopefully speak in a slightly more measured manner.
There's a fair bit of adrenaline, that's for sure.
Yeah, just only slightly less. So what our intent to do today is to help you where we can to navigate through the moving feast that you've just been having that conversation about. I spoke to you last week about the work that was done in the previous training, looking at the potential future of local government that was done by the previous training, looking at some position statements, looking at the context we were working in, and doing some workshops, looking at what different form and function of effective regional government delivery in Canterbury might be. Our intention when we did that work was to inform submissions that this council might put forward, and also to inform proactive strategy work that this council might do. That work is bearing fruit. We are having to write submissions very quickly, and so the context of this is to bring you all up to speed with that work that was done in the previous council, and to walk you through it so you understand where the previous council landed, so we can use it to inform submissions very quickly. I have Emma and I have Cecilia here with me to walk you through that, because they led a number of those workshops with the council in the last triennium. And you will also be sent a SharePoint link to all of the documents that we talk about today. That will be coming to you after this presentation. This is the walking you through it so you're not getting thousands of pages of documentation landing on you. This is the chance to be able to understand the storyline of how everything works together and the work that happened in that space. In the rapid response sense, we've put this together very quickly, and we'll be using a conversational approach, let's say, in order to walk you through all of this work. That's everything from me. I'll hand over to you, Emma, for some initial comments, and then Cecilia to jump in.
Good morning, councillors. Just by way of introduction, I'm Emma Davis, one of the senior strategy managers in the strategy and planning unit, and my team are responsible for a lot of the work in responding and adapting to central government change, and will be leading the submissions on both the RM legislation and the Simplifying Local Government proposal. So we work very closely together with the Office of the Chief Executive, so it's very much a joined up team, and Cecilia Ellis is a Principal Strategy Advisor. So together we will, as Patrick said, take you through some of the work that we did with the previous council, which has really positioned this council really well for these conversations. And when we think about it, it's just the scale and the magnitude and the transformation that this change is bringing about. We are now actually having seen the announcements around simplifying local government and also the rates banding. We've now got that information which we can now to really have a look at and do the analysis of. And next week, with the release of the resource management bills, that will really be the third leg to the stool, that we can see what we're having to respond to in terms of function, form and funding for local government and the roles and responsibilities of the Regional Council. Just a couple of slides to just summarise the announcements around the rates capping announced on Monday. You will have seen this, so just to sort of acknowledge that this is landed, and that the proposal is for sort of a rates band of 2 to 4% per capita, and that's really reflective of both CPI at the lower end and GDP at the upper end. It applies to all sources of rates, so including general rates, targeted rates and uniform annual charges. Now these slides, Cecilia's just reminded me they're not in your pack, so that's why you'll have to refer to the screen, because they are so that's the environment that we're working in. So just to sort of recognise that and the pace. Yes, yeah, yeah. But obviously, absolutely vital to this conversation. So, hence their late inclusion. The sort of the rates banding. So it, as I said, applies to general rates, targeted and uniform annual charges, but it does exclude fees and charges, including things like water charges. There would be, in very exceptional circumstances, the case to be made to the regulator to have an exception to that, but that would be in really exceptional circumstances like a natural disaster or the like. These are the next slide in terms of our next steps. Targeted consultation is open till February next year, and then the intention is that they would come into effect in January 2027, and then fully in place 2 years later in 2029.
I've got a question from Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just going back to your first slide there, if you want to. The third bullet point talks about target range of 2 to 4 per capita. That is per individual as I read it. And I know that has been interpreted by some other legal firms as well as a per individual. So there's going to be some tension with us because we actually talk on average rate increases across all ratepayers. And we know that last year, for example, there were some that had negative rate increases, not a handful, and then some that were considerably higher than the 17 or whatever. No, what did we go out with last year? 9 something. But whatever it was, there was quite a range. So there's going to be some...
6.7 last year. 6.7, wasn't it? Anyway. Oh, sorry, 5 point, yeah.
But whatever, there is a range. So when you actually read, and that is actually that per capita has been repeated in all the media statements that I've seen by the Minister. We need to actually consider that. That's on a per individual.
We were very deliberate at noting that it's per capita. We'll talk to the finance team in terms of what that means in terms, but yes, it's taking into consideration population. We need to do some more analysis of what that actually means.
So I've got Councillor Faulkner.
Just in regards to the targeted rates, I'm attending river rating group meetings at the moment, and some of them are looking at having to reduce their debt by a targeted rate increase of 17 odd %. And most of the river rating groups don't deal with a huge amount of money, and it seems a overkill to have to go to a regulator. Would that be the case?
I don't have all the answers to that. We'll do some more analysis with our finance team and just in terms of what the proposal looks like. And these are certainly considerations that we will need to be thinking about in this targeted engagement so we can highlight those types of issues.
Councillor Moody?
Yeah, I realise this is we don't have all the answers yet, but I didn't really follow what you and Claire were saying with the per capita. I mean, the rates rise, right? Your bill goes up based on the value of your property, so it is per capita in that sense. Is there something different proposed here? I don't follow.
Do you somebody want to answer that, or?
Yeah, so what I can say is we're reflecting the initial information that we've received it, and we haven't gone through all of the deep details of it yet because it's only just come through earlier in this week, and we've been working on the content of this briefing.
What Councillor Mackay is referencing, is some parts of the region, because we're a big region, have different variations of how much their rates may go up or go down. So, like, for example, Waimate last year had a reduction in their rates by 0.01%. Under this proposal, they can't potentially go under. Well, we wouldn't be able to do that because you can't go lower than 2. So that's what they're trying to balance, and that's what they're going to have to balance. It's per person.
Is that because of the targeted rates?
Yes. All right. We'll move on to the
And can I just say you are right? It's basically around revaluations too, and the triennial revaluations. So, but they go up and down as well. So, yeah.
We'll carry on because there's quite a bit in here.
So just before I pass on to Cecilia, I mean, this speaks for itself. It's just really recognising that this is transformative, it's an opportunity, and actually what we're going to present today really is to illustrate some of the thinking that as a regional council has been done to position really the council really well for engagement and conversations around the future options. So I will now pass over to Cecilia.
Thanks, Emma, and kia ora koutou, councillors. Sorry, if you could drive the slides, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so in 1989, 150 organisations were merged into 86 multi-purpose authorities, including the creation of the 12 new regional councils, which were represented by about 170 councillors across the country. And the new Canterbury Regional Council that was represented by 17 councillors, and that merged 30 boards across Canterbury. And a regional council transition committee had been established, and that was made up of councillors and staff from all the merging authorities, together with an independent chairman. And the world was, different as we know it. On this day in 1989, the Cold War was declared over. New Zealand's population was 3.4 million. Canterbury's 450,000. TV3 began broadcasting. So information technology and all the advances that we've had since 1989.
And was the internet around back then?
Well, actually, I did discover that New Zealand had its first access to the US backbone via Waikato University. So
in 1989.
It was in the pipeline. Yeah, it was also a time of significant reform, including for local government. Obviously, the Resource Management Act in 1991, but there was also a Sale of Liquor Act and Building Act reforms going on as well. Since 89, there's just been a couple of structural changes. Nelson and Marlborough early on in 92 were merged, went to unitaries, and then obviously Auckland in 2010 and Banks and Peninsula, I think, in 2006. So since then, there's been numerous reviews into the structure, funding and roles of councils. And these all have highlighted challenges and made recommendations. This is just a snapshot of some of those reviews and some of the recurring themes that have come about. This includes many stemming from the cumulative impact of ad hoc changes to the more than 30 pieces of primary legislation that local government are responsible for, along with changes to secondary instruments as well, and all the many instruments there.
I'll just make a quick comment there. I think what this illustrates to us is you might have heard the phrase local government being a creature of statute, something that's created by legislation that central government can change by changing that legislation. And local government as a system and as a set of representatives gets blown on the winds of change across central government decision making. So what this and the previous slide illustrate is those changes have happened on a really regular basis across a period of time. The Local Government Act purpose changing backwards and forwards. This is what's being proposed by central government now, a significant one of those changes, but it is another one of those changes. This hasn't come out of nowhere. There are various changes that have come through over time. But that's just to explain what that creature of statute phrase that Councillor Davies uses quite regularly to help explain why central government keeps changing. Scotty?
It'd be really nice if we could have a workload increase, unfunded mandate and cost associated with that, because that is something that they're trying to kick. That's what they're trying to kick, but they created it. So, this is... Sorry.
Well, and I think what we haven't reflected there, those are only the reviews of local government and the changes there. The Building Act has changed over that time. Various acts have all changed. They have all required various different services for us to deliver, fundamentally changing what we do as an organisation, what both regional government and local government do as organisations.
Thanks, Patrick. So then if we jump to 2021, while we're still in the throes of COVID response and recovery, central and local government were also responding and preparing for significant reform. And Stephanie referred to some of those earlier in terms of their health boards, Three Waters services, resource management reform, health reforms. And this is just a snapshot of the headlines at that time. And in response to all these reforms and external change that would significantly affect local government roles and responsibilities, and including from advice from the sector, government established an independent review into the future for local government. So this was headed up by Jim Palmer, who will be known to you, and the review was to look at the roles, functions and partnerships, representation and governance, and funding and financing in the council workshops, submissions, engagement with the panel at the time, focused on these themes, along with the 5 key shifts identified by the panel. There were other things in train at that time, so in recognition of the significant reform, the regional sector also commissioned a report known as the Wild Window Report.
Has every councillor got a copy or seen that report? Can we make sure that all councillors get that Wild Window Report? It's actually a very good one for where we are right now.
Yeah, that's been included in the SharePoint folder and bunch of files that will be coming to you after this briefing. Yeah. And then following the final report, LGNZ also led the Future by Local Government work in preparation to advocate to the incoming government. And in 2024, the government responded to the Future for Local Government review, rejecting the recommendations, and announced their proposals around the Back to Basics, which was also known as the Local Government System Improvements, and captures the things like the rates cap initiative that you've heard about earlier.
I'll just provide another comment on the Future of Local Government report. So for those who haven't seen it or weren't involved in the development of that, that recommended 5 key shifts for the system, and it looked at local government, regional government, and central government as a spectrum, as opposed to just focusing on one of those pieces of the puzzle. And it came forward with recommending a number of recommendations around 5 key shifts. So strengthening local democracy, authentic partnership with Hapu, Iwi and Māori, a stronger focus on well-being across the system, genuine partnership between local and central government, and more equitable funding. So it was informed by quite significant amounts of engagement, meetings on marae, lots of engagement across the country to inform that response. Quite different to the very focused, I think, proposals being put forward by the current government, and much wider in terms of the impact. I'd also note as well that Future by Local Government process. So that was set up by Local Government New Zealand at the invitation of the Minister prior to the 2023 election, where the Minister invited local government to work out what its response to the Future of Local Government process would be, and how local government wanted to implement some of the, or would propose implementing some of those positions. The council, and through a number of workshops, Local Government New Zealand, including Councillor Scott, put together a number of proposals on what local government as a sector would want to implement first. A number of those proposals were around funding, which wouldn't surprise you. And some of the more significant ones around structural change were sort of moved down the line. There were some initial ones around funding and around strengthening local democracy in particular that were brought forward by the sector as the priorities. As a council, or this council agreed to all of those proposals that were put forward by Local Government New Zealand. You endorsed those at a council meeting in advance of putting forward that position at the Local Government New Zealand AGM in 2023. So that could be that Local Government New Zealand had that strong position and information from all of the councils for that.
And I just want to recognise that our Deputy Chair, Joan Cranwell, was on National Council of LGNZ through a lot of this work as well.
Thank you.
Also, Peter was on.
Yeah, Peter was on the reference group.
So this is, I won't go into the detail of this, but this is just an overview of the local government system improvements work program, which is another of the pieces of the puzzle that we're looking at. So we've already covered rates cap decision earlier in this briefing. And then a lot of these initiatives are being picked up through the Local Government System Improvements Bill, which is currently going through the House, and the Select Committee reports come back on that recently, and that's now due for a second reading, and councils submitted on that bill in August, and that's another document that we've provided in your SharePoint. So we'll continue to monitor the bill as well as that progresses, and provide advice to council on that. So with that recap of previous...
I'll just comment on this one as well. So to help you with the flow of timeframes, the future of local government work essentially was the previous government's work on local government reform, and this local government system improvements bill is the current government's approach to what local government looks like. So that's the change between the two slides, is that there was a change in government. The current government said we don't intend to progress any of the recommendations of that future of local government work, and instead these proposals put forward on the screen are what the current government wanted to do with local government, and that's being implemented through various different bills, as Cecilia mentioned, and pieces being moved forward to just help you understand where this fits into the picture.
Yep. It's one of the resounding factors that came through all these conversations we had about the reform of local government was the lack of funds that local government had to undertake the roles that they had. And I think the number that we talked about was 93% of the taxes that are claimed in New Zealand, between taxes and rate, 93% of it central government use and 7% of it we get to use. And then the unfunded mandates that were kept being held to us was the frustration from the local government sector in terms of, hey, here's a report, we're trying to tell you what's going on here, and then it's just like, we're not going to do that. So, it was complete and utter waste of time, really.
Councillor Moody.
Yeah, thanks for that bit of history, Councillor Scott, and thanks so much for this presentation. So helpful. I've been wondering where on earth these reforms came from or why, and this gives some context. It's very political. It's different political ideologies in Wellington, and I fear we may see more changes again if we have a different government again one day. So yeah, thanks. Really helpful to give us the context.
And I'll also note as well, when we come to the last slide, there's an A3 pack that a set of infographics that the previous council endorsed that summarise all of this into one nice tidy wee pack for you. So it gets even simpler.
So with that, that recap of the previous work and context, I'll now pass over to Emma to capture the proactive futures work that council did earlier in the year.
Yes, so we'll finish the history lesson there, although we could spend a lot of time, looking at that just the backgrounds, but that gives a snapshot of the context and also some reading material for you to delve into further. So in the context of that, the council this past year really wanted to be in a space to be able to engage proactively with central government and stakeholders and think about how we could shape and influence the future through advocacy. And that was really about coming together and developing some very clear position statements on key issues. And this council, the previous council came together around a model of consensus building to think about what does the future scenario, what does the world look like, and what really do the council hold dear. And that was the development of the position statements, which again we'll include in the pack, and they were endorsed by the council at their meeting in May this year. The follow-on work from that was to do some more detailed thinking and workshopping around what some future structural models could do to govern for governance in local government. And so that was workshopped in July, and as Patrick just mentioned, that was pulled together all into a pack, and that's available. So that just sort of is to illustrate the depth and the amount of work that the regional council really did proactively to put us in the position, or put yourselves in the position, supported by staff, to now respond to these proposals. And that just highlight there the 5 position statements, the key areas that there's more detail that sits beneath those. So I won't delve on those any longer. So then that's, as talked about at the, we did a workshop in July, and the purpose of that was to really explore some different models of governance and identify the opportunities, the pros and cons, the opportunities and risks to those. And that was really with reference again to the Wild and Window report, informed by the previous Future for Local Government. We looked at some overseas models, particularly the Manchester model, and that just sort of describes those, which as a council spent some time looking around and working through.
And I'll just comment on this one. So to help you understand, for the new councillors who weren't privileged to be part of the session, it was I was going to provide a bit of advice and say it was quite fun. I think councillors carved out, I think, about 4 hours for this workshop to be able to really dig into what we as staff were punting up as really provocative models of what change might look like, to understand not necessarily what is the preferred one or what pathway does Canterbury want to go down, but to understand what might some pros and cons of different models that shake us out of the status quo look like. So we provided a number of models that, exactly as Emma mentioned, were based on existing models or had been brought together as intentionally provocative models. The combined council model that we put forward is, and that council has discussed, is not dissimilar to the proposals that have been put forward by central government at the moment. There's some pretty significant differences, but that one has the most similarity of having a combined council of TAs from across the entire region that come together to work on regional issues.
So there's a lot of detail in here, as I talked about the potential opportunities and challenges. So I'll just highlight a couple of things that particularly came out of the discussions. One of the things that was spoken about was how do we ensure and maintain local voice and localism. So it was really around, under the different models, what does representation look like? So that was something of importance in terms of looking at the sort of the appropriateness and utility of the different models. Another key element was to consider scale and complexity. So if we consider the roles and responsibilities of the regional government, thinking which of those particular functions could be delivered at different scale, and what are the opportunities there to really ensure we drive efficiencies and effectiveness. I think that were sort of some of the key thing, around representation scale, and as has been talked about, around funding and how to meet that challenge.
Sorry, I got a question from Councillor Moody here.
Back one slide with the 4 models. Did the council arrive at a preferred model that was taken forward? Were you hinting at that before?
Sorry, no. So there wasn't a preferred model, and that's the slides around the principles. Rather than saying this is a preferred model, it was really to identify what were some of the key principles that would actually be used to then evaluate different options, rather than saying this is what we think is the options. I don't know if councillors will invite you to sort of comment on that, but that was where it
landed.
We tried
to steer clear from saying this is going to be a preferred model, and the principles and the outcomes were really the focus of what we were trying to do, and saying, this is the outcomes of this at a regional scale, which is why it references that the Wild Window report, which is looking at those functions and those key outputs of the council.
I think one of the points that was raised as well, that I think I heard a number of councillors reiterate following that conversation, is the value of being able to have the conversation about unitary councils in a Canterbury context and whether those would work in a financial sense, because there had been a lot of conversation about unitary councils coming through there. So there was some quite useful learnings and conversation around unitary councils in a Canterbury context. That we can provide further notes about the workshop, all of the workshop material to councillors as well.
And I think that we can certainly see those conversations now playing out about what future models could look like. So Patrick, if you just move on to the slide around the principles. Councillor Moody, this talks a little bit to the output from that workshop was to come up with some principles for the design of a future system, and those really are sort of underlying, the consideration is key criteria or principles, which now we can consider in developing a submission, and what would this look like in terms of now responding to the current proposal. So this is sort of enabled to sort of kickstart some of the thinking that then will inform the development of a submission from this council.
I've got a couple of hands going up, I believe. I saw Councillor Davies and then Councillor Scott and Councillor Ward.
Just in terms of like the submission is on the transition arrangements. So, and these kind of conversations were more around like the more concrete future. So I'm just wondering how that, just when we're shaping that submission, like how that may guide thinking, and even in our conversations sometimes trying to bring it back to there's two stages in front of us, and they're very different.
Come to you.
A point that I'd like to make in terms of actually when we form the submission up is that we've had considerable conversations emanating out of this building over the time that I've been here in terms of how could we significantly affect cost to ratepayers, and we've talked about, do we share a harbour master for the South Island? We've talked about, do we have a joint consenting, and those things, the processes that we've spoken about, those things. And in speaking about those things across the South Island, trying to have a joined up Te Waipunamu a view on this, the thing that really kicks back against you is that everyone's an island. Every region sees themselves as being an island. And one of the issues that I have with this, and be reinforced really strongly by Dion after a conversation I've had with him, is that having these discussions at the moment about how the mayors are going to be involved, they see themselves as a solution and not part of the problem. And I think that is something that we need to somehow identify, because the conversations that we've had in trying to do these things are important. I mean, we've been thinking about this We thought about it really deeply and long over the last, year about when we saw this stuff coming. Now, it may not make any difference to anybody's idea of that at all, but when you get a group of people that put their mind to trying to solve a problem, you need to take notice of it. And I think, actually, in a conversation I had with Nettles earlier, I think that the government are actually still looking for a solution here. Yeah. And I think that we are well placed to help with that, really well placed to help with that because of our history in terms of those discussions and what we've been trying to do across the South Islands.
Well, that's right. And what Joe was saying is absolutely correct. We've got two aspects to this, and the conversations that I've had with mayors are saying, already jumping to, hey, look, we're taking you over, we want to get on with it, without actually how long is that going to be, and how, that transition of them coming to the transition to make what they want in the region. But we're being chucked out as the problem, but can we reframe that as, can we be part of the solution without us being turfed out?
And one thing,
there might be different views on that, because I can see one down at the end of the table, but that's a conversation that I think this council should have. Councillor Moody?
And what have we been doing across the South Island? You alluded to them, but I'm not aware.
There is a South Island regional chairs and deputies talk, and they have been trying to talk about doing things together. But remember, in the South Island, there is a conversation happening in the southern part around unitaries right now with Southland Regional Council, and we've got 3 unitaries at the top. And then West Coast is also having conversations on their own self about their combined plan, and now what does that mean for their governance. So, our focus right now needs to be looking at Canterbury, to be fair, and then working with those other councils around there about what does the South Island look like in terms of shared services, especially around pest management and other pieces, because we do share common boundaries and common issues. Sorry, did anybody else have any comments, questions at this point? We'll carry on.
I just think one thing I'd reflect as well is we've had a conversation. We've been focused on the submissions, and we've been using the phrase submission in the context of this corridor. But all of this work does also inform your own work that you're doing across the region as well. The submission is only part of the game, and submissions to these invitations to have a conversation are only part of the game. So my rapid response team are very keen to work with you to support any other work that you're doing as a council once you've had that conversation to be able to drive the outcomes you're looking for in the space. So the submission will be one component of supporting that outcome, but there is much other work to do in the next few months to achieve the outcomes that you're looking for as a council.
It's Councillor Joe.
Because, I think in some ways it's actually quite a simple proposal around the next stage. Stephanie would be the chief executive of the organisation that would put together the plans for reform. So all of our staff in the building would be a part of that. It's just the governance is currently outlined as being either mayors or mayors plus commissioners. So I think that's the two questions that we have to ask as a governance group, is who we see fit as being who to govern that reformation plan, and whether or not we see it as being within our office's remit. It's kind of there's two questions there, and the answers to those will shape our submission. And I mean, my own view on it is around the fact that I think it's hard to know the number of like an effective number of governors overseeing such a plan. But do we see it as being the mayors? Or do we see ourselves as having a role in that? And we have to nine of us have to sign off on a position on that, in my view, and that's what that extraordinary meeting will do. So some of us will think, no, it's time for us to vacate, let the mayors come in, let Stephanie take governance direction from the mayors and run the reformation plan. And some of us will want to be a part of that.
Did you have something, Councillor Megan Mackay?
Well, the only thing that I would add to that is, yes, there's 2 phases, but there's been work done already, and there's an opportunity to share a perspective, not just about phase 1, but also about phase 2 as part of the submission. So the sooner we we move forward and engage with this, that might actually drive what we think stage 1 looks like. So I think we do need to engage with both quite deeply, quite quickly.
Yep. We'll carry on, Patrick.
So we've just got a couple of further slides. So this just, don't expect you to be able to read all of that, obviously, but what I think that sort of testifies to is just the amount of thinking and analysis and strategic thinking particularly that's gone into this. And this really summarises the work that we have described and outlined. And certainly with the announcement of the RM bills next week, we will come back to you about how we, that's the other piece that needs to, that's the key piece in terms of the puzzle fitting together and how we then respond with a submission. So we'll come back with more advice on that next week. The final slide. Oh, gosh.
Just to make a further comment on this one, so these two tiny little images are two screen grabs of that pack of 5 what we call A3s, because they're on a big A3 sheet of paper. There's 5 of those that illustrate the context that we've talked through today. So looking at the different bits of context from history, looking at the population and structure of the councils within Canterbury. It looked at the position statements that the council put together. The work that you'd looked at across across the different models and some of the findings that you found about those, and then the principles and next steps. So what that was intended to do was wrap all of this work that the council had done over the last year together into one package. That package was shared with all of the Canterbury mayors, it was shared with the Papatipu Runanga chairs, and it was shared with a long list of stakeholders in Canterbury. By the previous chair and Councillor Swiggs, Chair Swiggs, to put together to try and stoke some conversations across the region about what might a future of regional government and local government look like in Canterbury. There was some engagement in that space and some feedback from a number of different parties. There was also some feedback around it's a bit early to have this conversation. I think
hindsight,
I think the
not
fact,
too early to have that.
I think the fact that we're having this conversation today says it was just in time to have that conversation. So the chair has reached out to a number of those stakeholders again to in the context of government's proposals of last week. I was trying to remember when that happened. It was just last week. To try and restoke some of this conversation and bring that together. You've also had the conversation with mayors, etc., etc. But this was the pack that you'll see as a summary of all of the work. It's not as tiny in person. You can actually read some of the text.
This timetable really just forecasts out what we do know about the impending change, and particularly around the resource management reform, the simplifying local government proposal, as Cecilia outlined, the local government systems improvements, and there, as mentioned, there is a whole lot of other legislative change that we are also anticipating to be announced and enacted over the next couple of years. So won't go into the detail. We're focused today on the simplifying local government, and next week with the announcement of the RM legislation that will then commence that process. So I won't go into more detail. The next slide outlines the key next steps. So we will be positioning ourselves to provide you with advice. Some of that will be around the development of the formal submission. As Patrick said, that's one mechanism, but we are also doing work around what is our strategy in terms of proactive engagement, because that is equally important. And I know that you've been having some conversations and considering some advice on approaches to that. So We are anticipating the announcement of the bills early next week, and we have scheduling it will be sort of a briefing next Thursday is what we are sort of have scheduled based on the knowledge that we have. So we will have Olivia Cook present to you on the two proposed bills. Then at late January, we've said we're anticipating the submissions on the RME legislation to close, but this will all become concrete next week. And then the preparation for submitting on the Simplifying Local Government proposals, which closes 20th of February. And I know we're talking about some opportunities for engagement with you as a council through either extraordinary meeting or whatever that will look like. And we will be here to support you with that staff advice.
Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you for that. In regard to the December 11th meeting and the briefing, will that be based on a full analysis from someone that's had an NDA, or is it just the information that will be provided on Tuesday when it's released? There's a significant difference in two approaches.
The rapid response team are working on that as we speak.
Everybody will do their best, John. It's going to be a big...
The best is fine. I was just simply asking, there will be those that do have, and so is the analysis based on that or the new, that's fine.
What I can say is we've been doing, as much preparation as we can, and we will be working every hour next week to bring you the most up-to-date and comprehensive information that we can next Thursday. That will.
Sorry, and what I would reflect as well is that briefing will focus on the strategic context and the things you need to know that are most important to inform that submission, as opposed to the line-by-line review of the significant piece of legislation. We're prioritising what you most need to know. It will hurt your head, I guarantee you. And so the rapid response team are trying to mitigate that risk to ensure you you are able to focus and grip up the things that are most relevant to you as governors, to provide that direction for us to be able to draft that briefing over the Christmas break.
Yep. Any Councillor Megan Mackay?
Kia ora, this is really helpful. From my perspective, the conversations that we've had here is about finding a way that we can talk with one voice and have a common position. And so I lean into and support Joe's perspective on that we actually need at least a majority to get us through to get that one voice. And until we have it, I won't be speaking on this. And I think it's really logical. A logical approach that we can take is wait to see what the RMA reform looks like, and then we know what our functions are. Once we know that, then we can go, what do we think the ideal entity looks like, and then work back from that to go, and what does transition look like? So I think if we have a really agreed logical structure on how we deal with making our decision, it will enable us to get to that one voice approach.
Excellent. Any other comments? Questions? When will we have that chance? We've got a lot to try and schedule, but I do think that we need to have that chance. And when are you anticipating our best time to be able to do that, to have a chance to bash that out?
What I would say is I will hand that to you as the chair and to the council to identify that time. We will be able to brief you on the 11th of December. Council, according to the council agenda, you next meet after the 11th of December on the 11th of February for your next strategy and policy committee meeting. So as staff, we would accept the advice from you and council of what your willingness to meet over that break would look like, noting that the priority of this work and our willingness to work with you to ensure you can have those conversations you need to have with each other and with the community.
Yeah, I mean that's right. I mean we have moved a fair bit around over the last couple of earlier this week. We sat down and moved a lot of these scheduled briefings that we had to put this one in and a few other things, so that we can kind of get the information we need. But it really is going to be, when do we come back? There's a lot of staff in this organisation who have just lost some of their Christmas break, and we need to recognise that as well, and thank everybody for the work that you will be doing over that time. Because it's a bit the timing isn't ideal, and so we need to sort of come together at some stage, I think, and do that as well. So we'll talk about that in the next little while. Anything else? Any other questions from councillors? Joe?
I mean, I've got a bit of a question for you both, like around how your own views on how into our perspective on the reorganisation looks, because definitely hear what Megan is saying and how there is an opportunity to go there, but it's just whether going there then can dilute our message around the transition. And so I'm open to going there and saying how we do have a view on the reorganisation. Sure, many of you do, but I'm also of the view that we need to be like a missile precision, because they're going to listen to us, because we're the ones who's we're on the block. So yeah.
From the conversations that I have had, is the officials are looking at Canterbury and Waikato in a different way, because of various legislations, issues, catchments, the size, relatively differently. So we do have that opportunity to shape potentially what we want as a regional council. We are in a position to do that. There are different views around this table. I have a perspective that I think, and you know, there are very different ones that I have as well. So yeah, I do think we need to do both, because this is our only chance, in my opinion. Once it goes into the cabinet paper and it goes through select committee process potentially early next year, we don't have the same leverage and the same influence. So we need to come together to do that, so that we can have some influence into that cabinet decision that the government's going to be making.
Yeah, just on that, I reckon we just have, I'm with you, Joe, one chance precision. But I mean, as you said, next week is our big week next week, kind of help form a lot of that thinking. Kia ora.
And so on the 11th, when we have the briefing about RM stuff, I think that's when we need to start thinking, right, where do we go from here? Because then we will know what the functions are that are going, what functions are that are also maybe moving, and then, you know, what we've got left. At the same time, we do need to recognise that the government's doing a rapid assessment of regional council functions, and we need to be kind of trying to, through our staff and through our influence, and finding out what they're trying to do in that space, because that's a little bit of that's tagged on in the consultation documents that I know has perked up a few interest from different parts of the system, I suppose, and different people. What does that mean? What is the government looking to centralise through that process? And that we need to understand a little bit more as well.
Oh.
All right, I've got a couple of questions and then we'll wrap up for lunch. So it's Councillor Gerard.
Should we come up with a day today to come back next week? On the week of the 15th, maybe say maybe let's have the 17th.
Let's have a. We've got a bit of time tomorrow morning with the CE, and we might be able to ask that question then.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Davis.
I was just going to plant a seed as us as a council. So after the 11th, I would preferably, because it's fresh in our minds, so that's a Thursday, come back that week of Monday the 15th, and really nut it out amongst ourselves in a way that we've gotten forward, and then have a break. Because if we have a big break, we're on it now, and I think the sooner the better.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. And yes, there is a little bit of a delay with us doing this piece of work, having that conversation, because I think it would have been premature for us to have this conversation this week without the RM bill dropping. And the government's looking for noise and looking for fractures, and everybody's looking for that, I suppose. And I think it's right to hold the line, understand the full picture, and then work with our council to do that. So we'll come together and figure that out. So we've got our next briefing, which is the PT network optimisation. Sorry for the slight delay in starting. We've a lot to get through. And we've got Giles, Stuart and Sonia to take this for us. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou. So this is a very focused conversation around network optimisation. We touched on a number of these topics briefly in our conversation last week, but today we're focused specifically on this task of optimisation. So we're going to cover off some strategy and approach elements that have been agreed in the Regional Public Transport Plan for Council earlier this year. We're going to sort of fill out the narrative with some of the other influences and constraints that are being applied to us through government, and then talk to you more specifically about the tasks and activities that we have underway around the optimisation space to get more value out of the assets that we have. So you'll see on here a little sort of graphic with four bubbles depicting the four main elements that influence how we plan and deliver our network and what constraints we need to take account of when we apply the assets and the resources we have. And those four bubbles are quite clear. So we have some direction from government through the government policy statement on transport, which then comes down to us through the National Land Transport Fund, and the conditions that are applied to that money by NZTA when they allocate it to us. We obviously have our Regional Public Transport Plan, which we've handed out a copy just to make sure you have it for your Christmas reading, because I'm sure you'll have an opportunity now and then on the beach or something to read that. And then, of course, we have the needs and aspirations from our communities who have a significant influence on what we do. And then lastly, we have the funding component, which enables us to do or not to do the things that our community desires. So we'll start from the top bubble, the government policy statement, and in the land transport process, the government policy statement has some very clear and specific guidance and expectations for public transport in it this time round. And the messages from the Minister of the time, Minister Simeon Brown, was very strong in his views around no frills delivery. And that's where a lot of the transport initiatives have come from in recent times. Focus on our core business, which is delivering high patronage outcomes across the motu. A very strong focus on value for money. That's not a new message for us. We've been focusing on that for many years. But specifically some performance and efficiency measures, a private revenue ratio target, and improving asset utilisation. And all those words that we've bulleted up there are in the GPS. So we've pretty much taken them out of that document and summarised them for you here. So those all combine to have some pretty significant direction for us, clear messaging, and NZTA through their allocation of funding to us and the criteria they have applied to that funding through letters sent to all PTAs echoes and reiterates the need for us to focus on these things. So in terms of meeting expectations, we're expected to meet the expectations of government set out in the GPS, and given the funding they give us, they expect us to deliver certain outcomes for them, their share of the money. We're expected to meet the aspirations and desires of our community, and of course that translates into being expected to align to and deliver on the outcomes that our council gives us through our long-term plans, our annual plans, etc. And all of that relates to how much money do we have to spend and how we should prioritise and allocate that funding. Nothing new for local government. It's a conversation we have all the time. If we focus on the funding bubble for a moment, what we're trying to depict here is the inevitable trade-offs and challenges that local government and councils have in trying to match the desires and aspirations of what we might want to do with the level of funding that we've actually got and what we can afford to do. And this translates quite clearly into the public transport landscape at the moment, because there was very little funding made available in the recent National Land Transport Program for improvements to public transport. We were very fortunate in that we got some funding to enable us to do the Route 7 uplift. Very, very few other councils were so fortunate in that space. So there was no additional funding from central government to do improvements, to drive the patronage outcomes that is being expected of us and that we want to achieve ourselves. Council, however, chose to incorporate some funding in the long-term plan and annual plans to enable us to try and make the best of what we've got. And that funding is all local share, so limited if no government share. And so we're very fortunate to be allocated that funding locally that enables us to actually make some improvements and some changes to our network. But making those decisions comes with trade-offs, and that's what this conversation is about today. To give you some sort of context, we've said we've got some buckets of money up there, $1.5 million in the continuous program, and $1.5 million that we've repurposed through activities that we have prioritised to later years. So what does $1 million buy us annually today? To give you a sense, that buys us one bus operating all day, 7 days a week.
Is that with RUCs or not?
That's without ruck. So that's an EV running, yeah. So it helps to give you a sense of what it actually does cost to deliver a bus on our network. I think there was a...
sorry, I got a question, Ashley.
Sorry, just the, what one bus operating for a full day, 7 days a week. If you are uplifting a service by one bus an hour, how many buses a day do you need?
The perennial answer to that is it depends.
Has anybody got an algebra calculator here? Yeah. Ashley's the one that's going to be asking the hard questions in this council.
Yeah. It's a reasonable question. To give you some context, so when we think about uplifting the level of service on an existing route, let's take Route 7, for example, because we've recently done that. So we've uplifted that service from 15-minute frequency all day to a 10-minute frequency all day, and that required us to implement 5 extra buses to do that. And so the length of the route, the timetable or the frequency of the route, the nature of the route, is it relatively direct or does it go all of these things come into consideration.
Okay, I'll just provide a little bit of context in terms of our regional public transport plan. So you've all been gifted one for Christmas. So in terms of our regional public transport plan, we've recently approved this, and you'll see up there in the diagram that actually the focus there is to maximise patronage. So what we're looking at is trying to create a network that services the greatest number of people. From a network planning perspective, what we kind of look at is focusing on creating a reliable network that people value and trust, prioritising those frequent routes and direct routes, servicing those high density areas and make sure that we're connected to key destinations, ensuring that we've got really good walkable catchments so that people can access the bus, they can get to the bus stop, get to the bus route. And you'll see up there that we're focusing on linear routes, because essentially when you think about travel time, which is really important to people choosing to use the bus, if it's kind of going around the houses and going to lots of different suburbs, it obviously slows those journeys down and makes it less attractive as a proposition. This is really aligned with our customer feedback, and we'll keep saying this, but essentially this does require trade-off decisions. So our customers, we get loads of great feedback through lots of different channels. We've recently done a meta-analysis where we've looked at all our feedback over the past 3 years. And the feedback is consistent in terms of our customers want reliable, fast, frequent services, and they need to be connected to key destinations. This is really going to be the key to attracting new customers to our service, but also retaining the existing customers. So it's really important as well that they kind of see that we're responding to the feedback. When the network is designed around the customer needs, we see the satisfaction increase, and then we see patronage increase and obviously the revenue increase. And then we can invest more in our network. Sorry. Quick question.
Joe?
Do we ever do any data collection on people who don't use the buses?
So yes, we do. We try and target those when we do the metro surveys and other surveys where we try and look at maybe what are the barriers to people using PT. And again, it's often quite consistent in terms of they can't access it, they think it takes too long, it's not reliable, and that kind of is that barrier to even trying public transport.
Councillor Faulkner, and then Councillor Robinson, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. This is all new to me, public transport. But I noticed when we went on our field trip and we went out to, where were we, Rolleston, and we got picked up a couple of councillors there. There was a lot of cars parked around the area. So is that one of the constraints that we've got, that you have to drive to a car and park your car and then take a bus if you were going into town, and then parking? And I just wondered if that is so, is there an option there to potentially install a secure bike area?
Yeah, great question. So in terms of Rolleston and Selwyn and Waimakariri essentially have park and ride schemes. So they've designated car parks so people park there and then they can catch the bus. We're working really closely with those councils to look at what's the point when we need to increase the number of parks available so that people can still access it. Because as you can imagine, we run out of capacity. And really thinking about that first mile, last mile, so that having good bike facilities and kind of having good amenity there so that it's really attractive to people.
If you get an opportunity to have a look at the Waimakariri park and ride, they have a secure bike storage area in their park and ride location. So they've done quite a lot of good thinking in that space already.
Genevieve?
Do any of these have facilities? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's interesting.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, Genevieve. Go, Genevieve.
My questioning is going back to the youth fair and, I guess the downward trend of bums on seats of youth on buses since the change of the $1 to $2.50. Is there the ability to adjust something in that nature in here to get things back moving again for that group?
That's a really good question. If you've got a quick answer, it would be great, but I know that some really important stuff to get through and we're running through on time, so I'm not trying to say that that's not a bad question.
So maybe we could answer that separately. I can write something and send it to you. Yep.
Okay, so we've talked through the majority of these bubbles now, but essentially the four elements we have here influence how we can operate our network. And as we've talked to, there's inherent tensions and constraints within this. So through the optimization program, what we're really looking at is trying to maintain our existing levels of service, and they're found in the Regional Public Transport Plan. So essentially that's our promise and commitment to the community. Looking at creating a more reliable network, as we've talked about, that is kind of key to unlocking this. And making better use of our existing assets. So essentially working within our existing funding envelope. And when we talk assets in this, we're talking buses, we're talking drivers and funding. So how can we make the most out of these assets that we have?
So this all may sound a bit doom and gloom, but actually there are some really good opportunities here for us. But they do require some trade-offs to get those wins. So essentially the optimisation program is looking for those opportunities where we can reach more people, grow our patronage, grow our revenue with the least negative impact on our existing customer footprint. If we are focused on delivering those things, we get a wider macro outcome for our network and for our community. But we do recognise that there will be some folk that will be disadvantaged. But it's about what is the net gain here, which is the clear direction we've had from central government to optimise what we have. So when we look at that, we've been looking at a number of opportunities on our existing network over the last several months, beavering away, seeing what routes are performing poorly from a reliability perspective, but have the opportunity to really be cranked up in their usage. What services are operating poorly from a patronage and fare box perspective? Could we repurpose those routes? If we repurpose those assets, how do we minimise or mitigate any potential negative impacts to those folk who are using those routes? How can we minimise that with what we've got? Thinking about us, particularly school students and folk who might be fortunate enough to live close to multiple routes, so they still have choices. Could we reroute some of our routes a little bit to sweep up areas that aren't covered if we take buses away? So we're really starting to think about, as I say, how we maximise the positive outcomes that we're trying to achieve while minimising the negative implications. And Council has heard over the last 12 or 18 months many of our communities, growing communities, coming to us, writing to us, speaking to you about wanting more service. We've heard from Horswell, we've heard from Prestons, we've heard from Yoldhurst, etc., etc. So we're thinking about how can we continue to grow our reach, given we've got no money from central government, but we've got some assets that we might be able to redeploy in a more efficient way to tick those boxes. And that's what this graphic is intended to show, that if we want to be successful here, we need to put more buses on some of our routes to increase their reach, to improve their reliability and therefore their attractiveness, which means more people are going to ride, more of our community will benefit, and we will generate more revenue to meet our private revenue targets. And that sends a clear signal to NZTA and government that we are actively focused on improving that, and therefore we should receive our next funding round allocations without that being reduced or scrutinised. So there's a long game here as well as a short game that we're thinking about. There you go.
I think this is kind of just summarising some of the conversation that we've just had. So you see there, we'll be realistic in terms of this is going to involve some pretty tough decisions and some hard trade-offs. So whilst we are doing everything we can to minimise those impacts, there will be some disbenefits for some in the community, and we recognise the fact that those it will be incredibly hard. So we're looking for ways that we can do this, but essentially trying to get those outcomes, make the biggest impact on our impact framework. So how can we kind of use what we have to get the greatest community benefit? So that's what we're talking to here.
So look, I'll just sum up and then we've got some time for questions. So early next year, we are going to come to you with some real opportunities, some real situations where we want to improve a service, but in order to do that, we need to reallocate some assets. And we're going to give you a really full and robust picture of the benefits, the consequences, and what we are proposing to do to minimise any negative outcomes. So the team have been thinking a lot about this and have had some really good ideas. Assuming you support these ideas, we will then engage with the community and do a targeted consultation on those areas that are impacted. Also engaging with community boards and etc., and including the City Council in this process because they're a partner in this. We will then receive that feedback, analyse that feedback, and then come back to you with a final recommendation that says, based on the feedback, we should do this. this will deliver this outcome and will have this consequence. And then a decision will get made, and then we will activate that change. And so there are several occasions where we're going to do this because we've got several opportunities. But it's important that we don't do it all at once, because we want to sort of test the waters, see how we track, test the community's appetite, and progressively iterate as we go, because we're going to learn lots out of the first one we do to apply to the next one and the next one. So that's kind of what we're proposing to do.
Excellent. So I've got a question from DC, then Joe, then Ashley.
Kia ora, Stuart. Just on that, just so the rest of the new councillors know, just a time frame, how long that'll take.
Sure. So ideally, we'd kind of like to put our first opportunity in front of you in late February, early March. I mean, you're coming back in February, so you need a little bit of time to settle in. There's a few other things going on that you might want to talk about besides this. So we need to get in front of you as soon as we can. We would like to do a rapid engagement with the community, so that might take 3 or 4 weeks. And then we want to come back to you with some options. So we want to do this relatively rapidly because there are several opportunities for us to demonstrate value for you and for the community.
Joe?
There you go.
Sorry, just a quick one on that one as well. We also have an agreement, so obviously once we've got an agreed change, we do need to work with our operators to embed that change. So we have agreed that we give them 3 months because obviously they need to re-roster their staff and look at actually, we've got to create the new routes and give them all those directions. So it's just that we need to build that into our timeline as well.
Approximately how many route changes and timetable changes per round of changes?
At the moment, our intention is to bring you specific route opportunities rather than many. In each case, and I know that the first example we're going to bring you involves 3 routes that we're going to improve one, but use 2 others to mitigate impacts for nearby communities. So there's to try and get some better outcomes. Yeah.
Councillor Campbell.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Do any of the changes look at having formal transfer services between minor routes and major routes? And I'll give you an example. Some years ago, actually in the campaign before the last two campaigns ago, the people of South Shore were saying to me that, look, it would be really good if there was a formal transfer between the number 60 and the number 5, because there's one bus that, if you're lucky, they turn up at the same time, but if you're not, they don't. So my question, and I've lived somewhere where there are formal transfer services, where the driver radios ahead saying, "I've got 3 for you, Joe," whatever. Hold the bus, don't get until so is that being looked at in the mix? That's question 1. The other idea I had, or thought that I had, is in previous briefings you talked about community vehicle trusts, which are mostly out in rural places. Is there a possibility of having something like that in urban areas that are missing a bus that could help to ameliorate that?
Thank you very much. Some great questions. In terms of transfers, absolutely. We're looking at how we can kind of make those transfers more seamless. It makes it much easier when you're transferring onto a really high frequent route because obviously you've got more opportunities. It's really difficult when you then have to transfer back onto a route that maybe only runs every hour. So we do have, we really do look at kind of the network as a whole and where people are trying to come from and get to so that we can make those transfers. Christchurch, historically, our kind of customers have not liked transfers, but it will have to be something that we need to consider in the future in order to make those longer journeys. There will be kind of more of an expectation that we do have one transfer at least. Sorry, the next question.
CBTs.
CBTs, yes. So through our improvement programme that we're looking at, we're actually going to consider alternative service delivery models. So that's absolutely something that we're looking at. So it won't necessarily be that we're going to have all these kind of large vehicles on fixed routes. We need to look for different solutions to help kind of make sure that we've got that accessibility for our communities.
Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Davis.
Speaking of which, is My Way a credible opportunity for some of the smaller routes?
As council will be aware, we've always had aspirations to bring On Demand into Greater Christchurch. Unfortunately, that opportunity wasn't funded through the NLTF. However, it's still on our radar. What we need to think about is if we postulate what the future of our network might look like in Greater Christchurch, one potential scenario might be that we consolidate our big bus operations onto key corridors, high frequency routes, as we've been talking about, and we fill in the gaps in that web with smaller, more agile vehicles. So we end up having two different types of networks. And so On Demand could play a role in those gap filling approaches, CBTs, or some other form of community transport, being a more cost-effective model of delivery, could play a role in filling those gaps, connecting people to high-frequency services, but also connecting them to key activity centres. I don't think in the short to medium term we would see a model of anywhere to anywhere on demand in Greater Christchurch. I just can't see that being economic at this stage. So we'll be thinking about different ways of using that concept to integrate with a big bus network.
So sorry, so we're looking at what trials we could do essentially, so then we can kind of learn and look at what other models might work. Yeah.
Councillor Davis.
My question is on multimodal, and you know how in Europe, it's mostly trains, but are there buses? I'm thinking of Littleton commuters, because I know a lot of people in Littleton want to ride to work, but they just need to get through the tunnel, or maybe to a hub where there's a cafe. They'll get off there and ride in. So are there buses that could have wider opening doors, or just an inside cargo thing? Like the airport buses have those baggage storage. Are those things on the market?
So bikes on buses is a I know what you mean. Bikes in buses. We've trialled that actually through Littleton. We did a trial of that 5 years ago now, where we allocated a bus with and manufactured a rack for bikes and buses. Obviously, it had some challenges, which is why we don't do it anymore. Auckland Transport are currently trialling bikes and buses on double-deckers on some of their high corridor routes. The challenge with bikes on buses is you've got to take seats out. And because the bus goes from Littleton all the way to Northwood, once it gets past the tunnel, we want the seats back to fill up. So during the bike catastrophe earlier, I might have to patent that word. Earlier this year, we had this issue of no bikes on buses, and so we implemented a bike shuttle through the tunnel with a minivan and a trailer. That was very well received. My feeling is that if we really wanted to solve that problem, we're better off doing a bespoke bike transfer facility like a van and a trailer. That would be more cost effective and probably more aligned to the user's needs. Yeah.
Excellent. So we'll wrap that up there. But just before you go, I just wanted to say great work on today for the announcement. I've just reading it on the City Council's Newsline article, which doesn't have us included in it. But congratulations on all of the work that all of the staff have done on getting PT Futures into the National Infrastructure Plan draft. That is huge for public transport and the movement towards our mass rapid transit in Christchurch as well, or Greater Christchurch. And the quote from Phil major, which I will hold him to, is this is fantastic news for our city and the wider region. Public transport is a big part of keeping things moving, and making bus trips easier and more comfortable will make a difference. So I will hold him to that one. But yeah, great work and congratulations for that, because I think that's a good step for us.
Kia ora.
So the next briefing is RMA regulatory. Is that the one? Yes, RMA regulatory implementation. Who have we got for that one? Brett.
We have Amy. Brett's gone home and well.
Oh, has he? Okay, so Amy.
And the team should be Henry and Jennifer.
Oh, they're all outside.
Jennifer Watchford, Henry Winchester.
And we've got the full team. Oh, they're all waiting outside.
Amy will be the director at the
Excellent. Radio team, we'll leave it over to you, Cam, and Amy and Henry and Jennifer to kick it off.
Excellent, thank you, and good afternoon. So I am not Brett, but I am going to be leading this this presentation today. Brett had to leave home ill this morning, which is a shame, because I know we really wanted to bring this presentation to you today to talk about a lot of the work that happens within his part of the organisation and the improvements that we are making. So this is going to be a bit of or I should say, Brett left excellent notes. So I am going to be reading from those notes to make sure I get the flavour and get his thoughts across as he'd want them to. So this session is going to be a bit of a whistle-stop tour of regulatory implementation, as it is a big, complex beast with nuanced delivery. I think if we are able, it would be helpful for us to run through and then have questions at the end. If we don't, I fear we won't get to the end. So the purpose today is to provide Council with an overview and ideally an increased understanding of our mahi to implement the Resource Management Act. And we will traverse this in three main parts. I will set out the context for our regulatory work, where it sits within our organisation, within the statutory and regulatory framework, and the regional context, including some of the more significant factors that have influenced the regulatory framework this mahi implements. Jennifer Rochford, to my right, will give, and Henry Winchester will give an overview of the key frontline services that drive implementation of our RMA regulatory framework. And today focusing on the consenting and compliance work as part of this, given the part of the cycle we are in, having completed most of our collaborative regional planning work. Here we'll cover what they are, what we deliver, what are some of the key issues and challenges, and what improvements and changes we are working on. Lastly, I will lead into the detail of the Smart Enabling Regulator Program, which pulls together a number of work streams aiming to make delivery of our regulatory functions more effective, efficient, user-friendly and adaptive to change. As I said, this is a very wide and nuanced subject, and we only have an hour, so it will be high level. We want to leave enough time post-presentation to have a discussion and for councillors to ask questions. So, organisational context. Where does this mahi sit? So this mahi sits within the Environmental Regulation and Protection core service. At our heart, we are a regulatory agency. We are an environmental regulator. We can fall into thinking regulation as our consenting, compliance and enforcement functions, but we are created by statute. We take money from our communities and redistribute it through the work we do, and we develop policies and rules that permit, restrict and at times prohibit activities. So note that although we have regulatory functions and responsibilities under other legislation, such as the Biosecurity Act, Navigation Safety, large dams through the Building Act, our focus today is on regulatory functions under the Resource Management Act. And we know it is as of today, and we will be seeing changes in the space shortly. So these functions include establishing the regulatory frameworks, i.e. regional plans, processing authorisations arising from the regulatory frameworks, for example, resource consents, and ensuring compliance with the regulatory frameworks. So our compliance and land and water teams work from education engagement through to the enforcement, and I'll talk about the 4Es shortly. And lastly, responding to environmental incidents. So the regulatory context, and I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the Resource Management Act. I think it's important to really start with the RMA and its purpose. No, this is good. As it requires of us, as a regulatory agency to deliver incredibly difficult, balanced decision making. We talk of ourselves as an environmental regulator, and we are, but within the statutory framework of the RMA, where the definition of environment is broad, and while we may have environmental bottom lines, and at times we do prohibit activities, the goal is sustainable management and not necessarily environmental protection. So regional council's core responsibility under the RMA is for the sustainable management of natural and physical resources of the region. Sustainable management means, and I am going to read it, this is within the RMA, managing the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources in a way or at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety while sustaining the potential of natural and physical resources, safeguarding the life-supporting capacity of air, water, soil and ecosystems, and avoiding, remedying or mitigating any adverse effects of activities on the environment. And to that, the environment is defined to include ecosystems and the constituent parts, including people and communities, and all natural and physical resources and amenity values, and the social, economic, aesthetic, and cultural conditions which affect the matters. So this is obviously a very difficult and fine balancing act, and it covers a lot, as listed on the slide here. So to fulfil our RMA functions and responsibilities, we set the regional regulatory framework through regional plans. Those plans establish objectives, which reflects community values and outcomes within the constraints of the RMA framework, plus the policies and methods intended to achieve the objectives over time. We also process and issue resource consents and certificates of compliance for permitted activities in accordance with regional plan and or RMA requirements for activities that use or impact on natural resources. So many of the activities addressed in our regional plans, discharges, water abstraction, etc., require resource consent under the RMA unless a regional plan provides otherwise. We also monitor and enforce the conditions of resource consents and permitted activities, the requirements of the RMA and national standards, and we respond to incidents that cause environmental harm. So the key point here that Brett's trying to make is that it's very complex. We operate within a very complex national framework, and there's a hell of a lot of balancing that goes on within this, and that balancing creates tension. And that may mean we, at times, this sets up many situations where no one is happy, and that may mean we have things about right. So in this situation, how we deliver these functions becomes super critical, and we'll talk to that a bit further on. We're also responsible for monitoring the state of the environment in our region, which feeds back into the policy and plan development processes. So very quickly, but again, it is important to think about the context that we're operating within. So our responsibilities under the RMA sit within a vast, physically diverse region that is rich in natural resources which support the regional economy and make a significant contribution to the national economy. So this slide illustrates this. And some of those key metrics, the scale of our freshwater resources. So we have 70% of New Zealand's groundwater, over 360 lakes, and over 78,000 kilometres of streams and rivers. So this is the stuff that we're dealing with. The importance of our productive soils and primary industry. So we have 21% of New Zealand's highest quality soils, 19% of the total area farmed in New Zealand, and 64% of New Zealand's irrigated land area. So again, it talks to the complexity that we go about when we're delivering our regulatory functions. On top of this, Canterbury has seen land and water use change over the last 20 years at a scale and a rate that has created huge challenges for natural resource management. This includes the doubling of irrigated agricultural land and a more than 200% increase in irrigated land use for dairy farming. These changes give rise to complex politics, changing governance structures, and innovative approaches to regional resource management planning. This included significant investment in localised collaborative planning processes through the CW mesh to establish limits and targets to meet communities' values and outcomes over time. And I know Lisa Jenkins has got some time with you tomorrow to talk about this as part of the nitrate briefing tomorrow afternoon. This was followed by increasingly prescriptive national direction. And you'll be aware of how many times we've had to update planning frameworks, etc., to reflect our national policy statement changes over time, every 3 years, essentially over the 2010s. So Over this time, our relationship with mana whenua has also evolved significantly, from one dominated by litigation and tension to one defined by commitment to partnership. So all these factors contribute to an increasingly complex regulatory framework, currently made up of 7 regional plans with 700 plus rules. And so this is the scene setting that Brett's been really keen to get across to you ahead of handing over to talk about how we go about our consenting and compliance, because it's not a straightforward picture. There's some good reason for complexity within our system, but there's also some complexity that we are tackling to address. Finally, and this is where Brett's notes finished, this is the current state of regulatory implementation. And so it just gives an overview of what we're going to be talking to next, and particularly if we think about the consenting and the compliance components up there. So providing those authorisations in line with the regulatory framework. Henry will talk to that. Ensuring compliance with the regulatory framework and responding to events where environmental harm is occurring, and Jen will talk to those. And earlier I talked about the 4 E's approach, and this is what we see in the green here. So particularly on educate, engage, enable, and enforcement, and there's monitoring in there as well. And so that's the approach that we take across our regulatory life cycle when we're engaging with resource users. So now I'll hand over to Henry.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. My name's Henry Winchester and I'm the Consents Manager here at Environment Canterbury. Today I've got 3 slides that I'll be running through. In essence, those 3 slides cover off what is our role, what are our challenges, and what are we doing about them. So we're starting off with the high level, what is our role? So we have 3 main components, which many of you will know for our consenting world. It is the Section 88 check, which is the acceptance piece. Then we have the notification recommendation piece, and then the substantive decisions. Those are the 3, broadly speaking, aspects that we work through. That's obviously done within the regulatory framework. Now that is our regional plans, national direction, and obviously the RMA as well. Key mechanism, as you'll see up on the slide, is delivering sustainable management, which Cam has outlined earlier in the presentation. There's a number of plans, land and water, plan being one of them, the air plan being another one, and then some of those smaller bespoke ones. Consent is essentially a contract between the consent holder, the community, and Environment Canterbury as us as the consenting authority. And we provide that licence to operate, but there's obviously in the RMA it outlines our enabling economic activity while we're managing effects of the environment, cultural and social values via conditions. In terms of durations, the durations are set through the RMA, with 35 years being the max, and then there's certain policy direction within the land and water plan to adjust that depending on what the activity is, depending on where it is, and those have been through their public processes. In terms of the challenges that we have, as Cam has outlined, we have a very complicated framework which has been built up over a long period of time. 7 plans, 700 rules, means that we have a lot of work to do. And last year, for example, we processed 2,200 consents in total. It's a big job, but it would be bigger if we didn't have these regional plans. In terms of we are constrained by that existing framework, but that really does include those national policy statements and national environmental standards which are set from the central government as well. But I did really want to highlight that 3rd bullet point there around the plans also relied on certain non-statutory interventions, and a really good example of that is the South Coastal Canterbury sub-regional chapter. For example, Hunter Downs irrigation was expected to occur down in that area, and it hasn't. That adds another layer of complexity when we're processing those consents. Consenting obviously has to consider the technical evidence from science, as well as making sure that we follow through the legal process to avoid those things such as judicial review. And it's that adds further complications and further complexity as well. But overall, we have a balanced approach, risk-based plans that provide direction. Without them, we'd be needing more consents. And the final slide that I have is around our consenting improvements. This is the one that excites me the most, and with the caveat of there's a bunch of stuff coming shortly, which we'll be working through. But to me, this is the bit that will make a big difference. For example, at the moment, we're working really hard to ensure our people and culture within our section is really strengthened, making sure our processes are really dialed down, but also the link to SIR, which we'll talk about a bit later, the technology aspect to ensure that we're thinking smarter and more enabling. We'd love to hear from the community, and we love to hear from the applicants, consultants, etc., about where their pain points are. And there's a couple of things that we've done to really try and strengthen that relationship. One being the RM Practitioners Forum, which we set up a couple of years back. That gets a really good amount of engagement through the community by consultants and stuff. We actually had it the other day. Now, that's a really great forum for us to work with the consultants to hear exactly what their pain points are so that we can refine our work in the background. Pre-applications remain one of the really important aspects of working through these key issues. We have a dedicated team, the pre-app and permissions team, and their role is to work with consultants and members of the public to ensure that they, one, understand what they need to do, but also try and help our consultants when they aren't sure of various aspects of the process and so on. Third piece of this puzzle is what does good look like? That's a piece of work that we undertook a few years ago, which essentially outlines what are the gold standard applications that we need. All that information is up on the website, and it sort of breaks it down from excellent to sort of Section 88 acceptance average, getting it through the door. The pre-app team work really hard to go and have the conversations with our consultants to ensure that we're using that what does good look like, and people understand what it is that it's trying to do, which is ultimately a smoother, faster consent process, given it's quite complicated. That was pretty much all I wanted to highlight, so I think I'll...
Kia ora koutou. Jennifer Rochford, your compliance manager. I'll follow the same structure that Henry just went through, talking about what is compliance, what are our challenges, and what are the improvements that we're currently making for you in the community. Cam went through some of this, but compliance, we do compliance against regional plan rules, national direction, consent conditions, and we work across that spectrum. So we're not just on the pointy end. Whenever we're engaging with the community, we use the right tool for the situation. So we might be educating or we might be enforcing both punitive or directive, punitive being more, on the prosecution end of things. We're also very much supported by the land and water team. They're more on that softer end, and they're hugely important when we're in times of change. So how do we help the community actually understand something that they have to do differently than they're currently doing now? They help enormously with that extension and advice to specific communities or to industry sector groups, and also help with that voluntary action. To help people get ahead of the regulation. We also do have a incident response service, so that means the community can tell us what's going on. So they let us know if there's been a discharge or there's an odor or dust, things like that, and we can respond. The numbers here just give you an indication of last year what we did. So 2,870 consents were monitored, 3,244 incidents were responded to, 96 abatement notices, 121 infringements, and 9 prosecutions. It just gives you a perspective of scale. This slide is our challenges. So we have 26,000 resource consents that are active. We have 500,000 consent conditions. We obviously cannot monitor everything all the time. This is not an excuse. We have worked during the past year to understand how we can manage this sort of task well. And so we're moving from monitoring based on just going out and monitoring one consent at a time to more of a risk-based approach. We talked about this a little bit at the Regulatory Hearings Committee this morning. During the past year, we also engaged with our resource users, our consent holders, to help us understand what it's like for them. We heard that it's unclear on how to demonstrate compliance. So we have some work to do. Non-compliance can occur based on a misunderstanding of what they're supposed to be doing to demonstrate their compliance. That is something that we need to resolve. Unnecessary non-compliance, preventing non-compliance. We're also constrained in our ability to work collaboratively with industry. So this is linked to that final point around the funding model sets us up for transactional consent monitoring. So right now, we're out monitoring consent by consent, but we're not lifting up and looking, well, what about at a sector level? What about at an activity level? How can we use this information to engage better with our industry in different sectors? Right, so the improvements. So we have shifted. So I'm using a bit of past tense. So this is not future stuff. We have shifted to a more customer-centric approach. We are risk-based, and we're looking at more of a property level, activity level, sector level. And so previously, we would monitor one consent. So on the previous slide, you heard 26,000 consents. But if you lift that up to properties, it's a much more manageable number. And it also links to what an actual resource user, what a consent holder is doing. So they do not do a Section 9, a Section 15. They quarry or they farm or whatever other activity it is. So we need to recognize that. It's being customer-centric instead of RMA focused. Then the other thing we're doing is if we're thinking like that, we have to set up our systems internally to allow that. So right now, all of our digital systems talk about this authorization under Section 9, this authorization under Section 15. We need to support resource users to enable them to demonstrate compliance. So how can we enable them to demonstrate that? One example that we currently have is farm environment plans. They get audited, they send in their, a farmer gets audited, they send in their audit grade, and so we have an understanding of the performance of that farm. That gives us an indication of the risk that we hold for that property, that compliance risk, and then we can make decisions about where we need to go. And so what we're really wanting to do, so that you can see that picture there, that's us starting to get an indication and an understanding of the risk at a property level that we hold, so that we can then translate that into a work program for our finite number of monitoring officers, so they can go out and monitor compliance.
Excellent, thank you, Jen and Henry. So, yes, absolutely.
Just to add to that, I just wanted to identify that Cam works for me, and Jen and Henry work for Brett, and Brett would normally be here. Obviously, I look a bit different to him, but wanted to tell you that we are working hand in glove for all of this work. I think the shortest possible distance from strategy to delivery ensures that there's the intent of council is as best as we can being implemented on the ground, and similarly the practice and the approach for customer experience is being brought through to the planners, who also work for me, in the policy. So we're doing our best, and it's not always perfect, but Brett and I have made that commitment to make sure that we're aligned.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. So both Jen and Henry started to talk about some of the improvements that have been made and that are being made within the compliance and consenting space. And I want to talk to you about, over the next few slides, around the Smart and Enabling Regulator program of work. And this really originated about 18 months ago, essentially, and for a number of reasons. One, we knew change was coming. We knew change was coming from central government with regard to resource management reform, and so we needed to think about how can we adapt to that change from a regulatory perspective. Two, we we're hearing concerns externally with regard to how they're interfacing with our regulations and our regulatory activity, and talking about complexity in the regime, talking about some of the kind of uncertainty, etc. And so this is about responding to that, and how can we take some of that complexity out of the system, how can we work with those resource users so they have a better understanding and so they can actually demonstrate compliance a lot easier. And the third was making sure that we are a Tiriti Partner of Excellence as well, and so that's not a new direction. That's been around for this council for some time now, but we really wanted to hone it in on our regulatory delivery. But part of this as well is also making sure that we see regulatory delivery as a regulatory system. And this is what Amy was just talking to, making sure that we don't just see consenting as a function, compliance as a function, and planning as a function that go off and do their things. This is really about integrating across all three of those in the support systems of this organisation to make sure that we're delivering a regulatory system that's customer-centric, that's delivering towards outcomes. So this is what we're moving towards, and this is a big body of work for the organisation that we're delivering through the work, and so it's a real driving a real shift in our regulatory approach. So we're focusing on affecting widespread long-term voluntary behaviour change. We want a regulatory system that provides assurance that outcomes are being met for our community. We want to make sure our systems and processes are efficient, effective, and make it easy to comply. Making sure that we're focusing on highest areas of risk, and both Jen and Henry talked to that. Want to make sure that we are leveraging the leadership and work of others to achieve greater results, and we know that there's a plethora of leaders out there. We want to make sure we're supporting that work and leveraging off that. I've already talked about adapting to future legislative and external change. Future sounds sometime in the future. Well, it is sometime in the future, but it's actually only a few days away. So it's actually adapting to legislative and external change here and now. And lastly, providing for effective partnership with mana whenua. So those are some of the long-term outcomes that we're looking to achieve through this, and we're driving towards. And within the Smart and Enabling Regulator program, we have a number of key work streams. And so the first here, and Jen talked to this well, so work programs in a place, so understanding property risk and moving away from a focus on consent by consent by consent to focusing on properties. Water use, consenting, compliance, looking at the data we receive, and we receive a hell of a lot of data with regard to water takes in particular, and how do we use that to improve efficiency for consenting and compliance, and we can talk further there if necessary. Regulatory funding model that was discussed this morning. It was just discussed earlier by Jen as well. So developing an enduring financial solution for regulatory services. So it's still focused on user pays, but doing a better job of that and making sure it incentivises the right behaviour both outside of the building, but also incentivise the right actions within the building. Transforming compliance through consent renewals, and so this is aligning consent conditions to help resource users to comply, but it's also really thinking about some of that, how do we remove some of that complexity, because of course complexity doesn't just present an issue for resource users, it also presents an issue for our compliance staff as well, and so how do we do a better job of making sure when we are going through consent renewal processes that we're really taking a hard look at those consent conditions. So Henry talked a little bit about system and process improvements for consents, and so a large part of that's automating administrative and financial processes, and it's really focused on that customer experience. And lastly, digital regulatory architecture, and so this is a lot of the work that's happening from a planning perspective, thinking about how does our regulatory framework link to data, link to outcomes, and enable automation of permissions and compliance of low risk activities. And so this really affects the compliance work. And how do we ensure we've got systems and processes set up so that resource users can demonstrate compliance, and particularly if that can be automated. This is the last slide I have to talk to, and this really, we're starting to see a real flavour from Brett in here as well, because he's come in here and he said, well, all these systems and process improvements are great, but we also want to drive a culture that supports that. And so, he's put up there, how we leave people feeling is critical to being a smart and enabling regulator, because they'll know that and they'll remember that. So we've talked about balancing risk. We've talked about it being outcome focused, and we've talked about prioritising effort to where it most efficiently, effectively changes behaviour. We're also looking to transfer the ownership of compliance to resource users. but also collaborating, partnering. We've heard about that also. Right tool at the right time. Importantly, we haven't talked about this, communicating transparently in a timely and personable manner. So we always start with the most personal approach, and this is something that Brett's kind of driving through the Smart Enabling Work Program. Treating people with respect, ensuring an understanding of their desires and intentions. So this is all cultural stuff that will be driven through the work of SIR. And lastly, making sure that we own our mistakes and continuously improve. We started today with a lot of that context, talking about the complexity. Some of it sits outside of this building, but we acknowledge that some of that complexity has been driven from inside this building as well, and that's what we're working to address. So we're fronting up to that, and through this work, fixing those mistakes, and getting better. Thank you, Patai.
Rightio, so I've got probably a question from almost every councillor, but we'll start with the Deputy Chair, and then we're going to go to Councillor Mackay, then Councillor Scott, then Councillor Sinkle to start with, and then we'll go over to the side of the room.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, Brett 1, Brett 2, for being here today. Thank you for that. But these are questions for probably Henry and Jennifer in regards to SIR, the Smart Enduring Regulator. And I know it says provide for effective partnership with mana whenua. What's the difference, I suppose, with this Smart Enabling Regulator, the relationship and working with mana whenua?
Kia ora. We have been talking with Council about this, so this is the same that we've been talking to you about over the last year. So what we've done with the work of Smart and Enabling Regulator is we've just completely opened the door and given absolute visibility of the performance of our compliance service, of consents, and allowed participation in the development of the new services to the degree that they want to be involved. So currently, at least in the compliance improvement mahi, we have Aoraki Environmental Consulting and Maha Nui absolutely embedded in the work of the compliance work streams. And so they're actually at the table with the work stream leads building the new system. With the other Papatipu Runanga environmental entities, we're more at a reporting on progress and inviting them and opening the door and asking if they would like to be, at the table as well. But it is up to them whether they want to. We're also supporting them to do this. So we're setting up our, agreements so that they are remunerated for the time that they take in engaging with this mahi, because that's important. What we find is if we give them absolute visibility of everything that we know, this process goes a lot faster so that we're not having to ask about changes later or give them visibility later. We're just doing it all up front, and it makes it much more efficient.
Kia ora, Jennifer. Thank you for that. That question was mainly aimed so that 7 new councillors could understand a bit of the background. But the second last bullet point on that last slide, treating people with respect and ensuring understanding of their desires and intentions to enhance mana and all interactions. What you just said is what that's trying to achieve. So, kia ora.
Councillor Mackay.
How long have I got? Because I've got a number of questions, but I can keep it to 3.
Every other councillor has a question, so
okay, I'll very quickly keep it to 3 then. I'll start with the Smart Enabling Regulator, and definitely we need to sort this out. But when do we expect to see obvious changes, timeframe-wise?
We currently are building a more structured program management structure to give the timeframes to internal and also to council. I would say we're already working on the more digitally enabled portions. We have a new data platform that's in development that will enable these changes so that we can have an understanding of property, the authorizations linked to that, and the people linked to that property. So I would say early in the first half of next year, we can start to show you some of the changes that are actually being made as a result of the work that we've done over the past year.
Okay, it probably ties in with my second question too. It's probably helpful to go backwards. You talked about pain points. After, Henry, this is for you. After you've had your consultants meeting, you're taking on board presumably some of their pain points, and presumably you're trying to remedy them. Do we, or do you, as the team leader, measure the response and keep any track and trace of that?
Yeah, through you, Chair. What we do is we take those questions, comments, concerns, etc., from the consultants, and we'll take them away. And part of Smart Enabling Regulator, we're trying to incorporate some of those ones that are bigger. And for us, our consents improvement bit is kind of two parts. One is the internal bit, trying to get ourselves organised, making sure our processes are smoother, etc. The RMA outlines what our processes are, but there's a technology and a bit that we might need money for example. So that's the SIR component that we would come back and ask through that forum to go, hey, well, we think we need to have a new potentially online consenting program, etc., something like that. We would use that forum to do that. But we take on board those comments, go back to them and have those conversations.
I've just got one last one that's quite significant, if I may, through
Yes.
the Chair. Just with regard to the consents challenges, you talked about consenting having to consider technical evidence, around the environment still degrading, et cetera, et cetera. When we get substantial, significant applications coming in, be it irrigation, NDA, or nutrient discharge allowance, or renewal, all of those sorts of things, applicants have to do the AEE and spend a considerable amount of time with professionals, probably pretty highly paid professionals, I might add, to provide that information to support. And I've got an example of one that spent over $1 million in 2 years, and that was until the end of June. Consent still in process, but significant all the same. But are we looking at perhaps not doing the repeat of that evidence within our organisation ourselves, because there seems to be some opportunities there to save duplication?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, that is a really great example of the work that we're really trying to do at the moment. We're lucky that we've got a bunch of people in the consent section that have been around for a while, which means they have a bunch of really good relationships with not only big schemes but consultancies and big players. We've been trying to go around those groups and have that conversation, and we know, again, the caveat of what happens in the next wee while, but we know that those bigger irrigation schemes is a good example. We'll probably need to get a consent in some form. We are really trying to engage with them now, and I've got a couple of really great examples. There's one down on the Waitaki River where the takes in Canterbury and the use is in Otago. It doesn't come up for renewal in 2030, and we're trying to work with them now so we can work through that, so that when we eventually get the application, we go happy days and off we go through the process, rather than an engineering report and another engineering report and another engineering report. It's trying to be really clear about the key issues are X, Y, Z, and we need to ensure we work through that.
Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you for that. I didn't really have a question, but I do now. And just a continuation of the conversation
in a holding pattern.
Just had with Councillor Mackay, and I'm thinking of a project I'm considering putting into place, and what engineering reports might be required when there's a 150 hectare solar farm just 3k up the road. But what process do I have to go through for a couple of hectares? And go, there's so much information sitting within this building or Selwyn district. So how do we simplify? And you've given me an understanding that we might be able to do some of that rather than duplicating. But other than that, I just say thank you for the work and what you're trying to achieve. I hope it comes to fruition before other things change, but I think we are all on the same sort of trajectory and path to that simplification. So just a thank you for your work. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Sunkel, and pre-application advice received. Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Lamont.
This is a question, I think, for Henry.
Yeah, I've got
Going to the consents improvements and what you've already done in improving processes, has this led to a measurable decrease in the time and cost to process a consent? And if so, can you give us some figures there?
Yeah, good question, and through you, Chair. So hopefully this morning at the RHC meeting, I outlined, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but I'm happy to share them again. In essence, the work that we've been trying to doing post our legacy consents are resulting in our consents going through the process faster. And we know that, and that is a direct relation into our timeframe compliance measure. The consents that go through the process means, within those timeframes, means we don't have to pay those, get those credits back, etc. And that's really clear in the numbers. And another number that I think is a really important one, 2023, we had about 1,300 applications in process. As of a couple of days ago, we had about 600, which is means we've essentially over halved our work, which means we're getting through all the work that's coming into the organisation. And I think a majority of the work that we have at the moment, and I can't remember the numbers, but I'm happy to come back, is work that's been in the last 6 months.
It'd be really good if we could have a figure along the lines of, in 2023, the average time to process a consent was X, and this time this year, the average time to process a consent was Y. I mean, I realise that's just averages, but it would give us some idea of the improvement. You've got it?
We've got that, and it comes out in our annual reports, quarterly reports that come through as well from staff, so I can just point you in the right direction there, Ashley.
Councillor Lamont and then Councillor McKenzie.
Hi, two parts. Firstly, for Jen, I've written these down because I've had no sleep, sorry. What do you still need to tweak or shift to get better at being customer-centric individually and at sector level?
Kia ora. All we need to do is deliver what we now understand we need to do. So we're in the delivery phase. So the last year was understanding first, what is it like for our customers or the people that have to do business with us, understanding what it's like for our officers and trying to do the work, and understanding the opportunity for doing it differently. So really what we're doing now is delivering on that. So we're shifting from our current digital system in a new system that is built around customers and customer information, and then we'll be able to link that to properties. Right now, we just recently, it was maybe a couple of weeks ago, further identified another 6,000 properties. So we now have a much fuller data set around what are the properties, who are the customers linked to those properties, and therefore what are the activities that they're doing on them. That has not existed. So previously we simply had, here's the consents and here's the people with the consents, but we could not link that well with a fuller view at a property level of the activity they're taking. And so when we're lifting and shifting out of our current system into our more customer-centric system, we can then also realize all the changes in our process that will help our officers do their job better and also enable customers to demonstrate their compliance. So we're in a delivery phase. Yeah.
If I can just add to that, Brett is really focused on also language. So some of the letters, when are the touch points to send a letter? Is it a letter or an email? So trying to actually still the same message, but how we deliver that and being more mindful about that. It's quite a powerful thing when you get a letter from us, and if it's very stern when really it doesn't need to. So that's one of the things that he's really highlighted that he wants to look at, and that's all part of the process and certainly the culture that he's trying to put forward.
Thank you. And I guess to follow on from that, lead and lag and smart and enabling regulator, and I think Councillor Mackay asked about how sort of far along the continuum you've got, and starting to see the dial move and change, and that's talking about useful and efficient processes. The bit that probably relates to what you said, Amy, it's about the cultural shift as well, the in hearts and minds. And are you starting to feel the love at all?
The way I think about this is our people do amazing work, but our systems drive behavior. And so the way that we've set up our regulatory system has driven the behaviors that we're getting now. So we have the ability to change that. It is not them that are doing something wrong. We have set it up so that they have to recover their costs. They have to, write a quick email because they're charging for all their money, so for all the time that they take. So we talked about the financial solution to our RMA regulatory service. So all of these things contribute to what does an officer actually do when they go out. So I see a very bright future, and it's by us enabling our people that work for Environment Canterbury to do their job well, to achieve outcomes, and to make it more customer-centric. There are barriers currently in place to allow them to do that. I see love coming. Yeah.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Look, it's an interesting and quite good, very good, I should say, report. A couple of comments. Well, two questions really. Is in the preamble, I think Cam, you did the preamble. I know you come from St Asaph Street now, but sorry, that's a private joke. You talk about you made specific reference to the increase in irrigation and dairy. Didn't talk about the significant increase in urbanisation, especially around the peripheral areas of Christchurch, and that footprint of urbanisation on the environment in terms of population growth, air quality, stormwater, waste management, and those sorts of things. Is that? I mean, presumably that still fits into this whole regime. They just haven't been mentioned as such. And the second question really is around the role of our science team in all this, because what's become evident with a lot of the complaints about the consenting processes and things is that the science team has fueled a lot of the complications in terms of consent conditions and therefore the consent applications. That's part of that question about the science team's role in this and whether they're getting that balance right. And then the second part, and it refers back to Richie McDowell's report, where he was suggesting that collecting the appropriate data to enable us as the council to get our policy settings right and to monitor whether we've got them right or wrong. And then, whether our science team is collecting the appropriate data, and I think his report would suggest we're not collecting sufficient data to satisfy his ability to measure the success. But the third parties that are collecting the sufficient data, such as our irrigation schemes, I think, are the main in the main, and now to a lesser extent, but a growing extent, catchment collectives in various forms. How we can transform our science team to accepting that data and putting it into their data sets to then monitor our progresses.
Kia ora, so through you, Chair. Regarding the consents and the conscience aspect, this has been a well-known thing for a wee while now for us in consent. So we've done a couple of things. One of them is holding some additional training for our people. You'll note that we grew by around 40 people 2 or so years ago. Those planners now are really getting up to speed with being really good planners, and we've done a huge amount of work in the recent past about trying to get them to ask the right question of science, really trying to understand what the proposal's trying to do, so we can ask the right science question rather than open-ended, broader question. The other bit that we've done is we've had a commissioner come in by the name of Bianca Sullivan to help run some training for our people, but also regarding the science piece, same thing, trying to get them to understand from our side, what do we need? What is the box that we're working within? And it's not this and that and that. So I think we're putting a bunch of things in place to help with that question. Are we there yet? No. Have we got more work to do? Yep. But it's something that we're working pretty hard on.
Just to come back on that, and I think what you said is really good, especially for your planning team. I guess my concern is even if you ask the right question, so the science team giving you the wrong answers. And I cite as an example the box they put down on Surveyors Road as an experiment to clean nitrates, it was an experiment. It took 6 months and about 16 pages of consent conditions to try and clean 1.5 litres a second as an experiment on a polluted stream. Whether that was, and that was all science advice, and there didn't seem to be any pushback from the consenting team or the planning team to make some sense of this. And it was, and the only reason why the applicants didn't push back is because it was central government money in the first place, and so there was it wasn't hurting anybody locally's pocket, but otherwise there would have been an outroar. But that's an extreme example. But if you're getting the wrong information from the science team, and then that has to be challenged, and it doesn't help the process.
Yeah, to add to that, the other bit that I didn't mention was that we're trying to provide the framework to our planners so that they can push back to science. They can also look, and I should have touched on it earlier, the role of a consent planner is to be that auditor. It's to be in the middle, to look at the applicant, to look at our science, etc., to weigh that up with the land and water plan and the various other documents that we need to look at. That's a really important part of this puzzle. So ensuring that our planners have the tools available, and that's our principal consents planners and people like Phil Burge at the back of the room, providing advice to our planners so that when they're sitting there and they're working through their assessment and their audit, they can go, actually, no, I don't agree with that science advice for these reasons because of. Now, that's okay, but we need to give them the training and the confidence and work with our principals and to work together on it.
Councillor Robinson, and then we'll go to Councillor Faulkner, and then Councillor Gerard, then Councillor Davis, and then we'll have to wind up. We've only got 5 more minutes.
I'll be quick. What was I going to say? I feel like we've been holding for ages. All my scribbles. I think it's really good that you're, compiling this information and changing the way things are done. And I really do rate also Brett, his ability to look across everything and see certain things that need tweaking and changing. That's great. I feel from where I sit, I'm not seeing it. And it doesn't mean to say it's not happening. I think the way it's reporting to us, something's not right for me. Smart enabling regulator needs evidence behind it. And I know we're moving in that direction, but the information here is not cutting that cloth for me. And that's just where I sit. And my fear is that we're moving from one form of compliance, swiftly moving into a narrative of an enabling regulator without seeing any performance review or where these high risk profile catchments and operations sit. I don't see that information in front of me, and I know you did mention it's high talk today, but I still feel like I haven't seen it for 3 years. And every time I see information on where we might be heading, it feels like we're not heading there myself. I've got the concerned catchments. We're not talking about catchment scale issues. We're not talking about what we're doing to actually be smart and enabling regulator. What we're actually doing with compliance and what does that mean? What does the education look like? I mean, I am not a farmer. My family were, but I don't get to see this whole story unfold in front of me, showing me risks, because that's what I'm seeing as risk. And I can't get that off my radar by just someone saying we're going to be smart and enabling. And I don't know what it is that needs to come to me, but it's not here. So.
Is there a question that because I've got a few other questions that we want to, councillors that want to ask questions.
Well, I did actually said, so are we actually moving from one to the other? Where is the compliance sitting? There was a few questions in there.
Is there anything that staff want to respond to that?
Just to respond to the vibe of what you were saying. And I said I wasn't Brett, but I'll channel him as well. He to address, to acknowledge what you've said, and ELT are also wanting more bottom lines, and more digestible information. So to that, there is a and no disrespect, there's been a lot of work done in terms of the narrative or how you show it. A less narrative, more data. A project manager is imminent with those really strict disciplines. So to be able to present more board-like information and data, because we've acknowledged that is what's been requested, and purely from some of the questions we've been fielding from council, and this is we're moving into the next phase. So and that is the push also from Stephanie and from ELT that actually we grip this up. So yes, acknowledge.
I've just got the CE wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for the question, Councillor Robinson. The intention is absolutely to not only have measures, but to show the efficiencies and the effectiveness. Not everything will be able to be measured in dollars. It will also need to be measured in terms of quality and the general satisfaction, and all of that is still needing to be worked on. The last comment I'll make is that this needs to align with whatever's coming next week. And so this will need to be repackaged, and we will need to look at how best it aligns. But what I would like to say about the teams that have been working on this is if they didn't have this work done to this point, we would not be in a good place to either continue the work ourselves or to hand over to anyone else should that be required. And this will be critical work in any transition.
Thank you. We'll go for a few more questions and then we'll have to wrap up because we've got a break, but we'll go Councillor Faulkner.
Two questions. One on the compliance and implementation challenges. You mentioned there was a constraint in ability to work collaboratively with industry. Is that a regulatory constraint or is that a relational constraint? And the second question is also in regards to compliance issues. When a issuer is notified, is it looked at a specific issue perspective, or does it come out to when you were talking about a wider farm catchment perspective? Because I say that from the perspective of an issue can be deemed serious if it's just looked at on an issue basis, but if you look out at the overall farm and how the operation is happening, it may not be as big an issue as what is perceived.
I'll cover the first part. So that note there around our constrained ability to work collaboratively with industry is more a reflection that our compliance officers are completely cost recoverable. And so going out and engaging with industry, there's a barrier to that. We do use our water and land colleagues as well to do that, but there is a constraint. And also the way that we currently work, meaning that we're working transactionally, one consent at a time, just means that we're not thinking, that, we do. I don't want to negate that we do some work with industry. I think we can just do a lot more. If we're lifting ourselves up from a one consent to at a sector at an industry level, we can start to talk to them about how they can also support our resource users in ensuring that there's clarity around how you demonstrate compliance and how you interact with the regional council.
I just got the CE was just going to say something to that as well.
Sorry, Jen, I'm just going to chime in just because we're short of time. During that interregnum period, I was meeting with the rural chief executive leaders, and there is absolute hunger in the space for us to work together, and we have a strategic working group, Councillor Faulkner, and it is absolutely my intention to be able to align these, and I think next week's announcements will help even further for all of us to be able to work together. So please keep asking that question, and we will need to demonstrate that over the next 6 months.
Right. Well, I'm going to move on to Councillor Gerard, then Councillor Davis, and then we'll finish off.
I was just going to follow up about the leadership as well. leveraging leadership, really important to get the industry leaders together and look at ways to incentivise consent holders to look at the methods and practices, and that goes for all different industries. But I was just thinking how important it is for on-site work. I know of a dairy farmer who had their environmental plan done without any site visit, and that one-to-one relationship, I think is really important. I know it is a cost, but from my experience, a whole lot of stuff can be resolved on site with the right people on site and discuss things through. It's amazing what you can get done and what you can agree on, and you can cut a whole lot out by having good on-site practices. That can cut out a whole lot of paperwork. So, yeah, that's my feedback.
Yep. Briefly, yep.
Briefly reply. I am not saying that we are not going to do on-site monitoring. We only monitor, less than 3,000 consents a year out of the 26,000. And so then if we lift that to properties, what I'm saying is we want to understand the level of risk that we're holding across the entire portfolio so that we can be in the right place, having the right conversations to reduce the compliance risk. We still need to go out on site. There are things like construction phase stormwater, we have to be out there talking to developers about that. And so that will not stop.
Councillor Davis. I nearly said Davies. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Councillor Davis.
Fine. So it sounds like the Smart Enabling Regulator program is a keeper. It sounds really good to me. So I'm wondering, when you say leverage leadership and work of others, and then the last line, of course, is provide for the effective partnership with Mount Whenua, I think we should future-proof this, leverage the leadership of Mount Whenua, because we have to recognize that Mount Whenua is a leader in a lot of things in environment. So I just would love to see us change it a little bit and say, yes, we recognize the leadership of Mount Whenua and others to get better results. And I can email that to Brent because he's not here, but it's an Amy question.
Well, if Brett were here, I'm sure he'd say, but I would say it as well. We all do. Yes, that's part of the overall partnership and approach of this place. In particular for this program, he's always looking. And as are the team, looking at different ways to improve it and sharpen the language to follow actually our intent. So I'm sure that's completely doable.
Did you have a question there, Megan, or Andrew? Sarah. So okay, no, we've got to move on. You can verified afterwards. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, team, for the time here. We're going to come back here at 10 to. If there are other questions, we can Actually, sorry, I'm a minute early. This is our last briefing for the day, and it's a big briefing. So it's on Plan Change 8, led by Amy Ellison, Lisa Zeller, and Jackie Todd. Excellent. So thank you very much for coming in, and we'll kick it over to you to start us off.
Kia ora tātou. I thought I'd change chairs so you'll know that I'm different this time. I know this has been asked for, and some of you will be very much looking forward to this briefing. And just a reminder that all going well, we will be back next week as well. But I'll hand over to Lisa to run you through. But we've also got all the right people in the room for any other of the questions that may come. So, Lisa, over to you.
Yeah, kia ora. So I just really wanted to make a quick introduction. So I'm Lisa Jenkins, I'm the planning manager here, and I've got with me Zella Smith, who's a principal planning advisor, and Jackie Todd, who's a associate planner from Insight, who's been helping us with Plan Change 8 over the last couple of years. Plan Change 8 is a piece of work that we have been working on for about 18 months, I think, and it was intended to be a really quick plan change to fix some problems in our plans. It's gone a lot slower than we intended. Just we keep on getting sort of hurdles thrown in front of us. So and we've been working through them. I will just jump to the first slide. So this is a slide that was provided in the last presentation, but I just wanted to sort of draw to your attention that Plan Change 8 sort of fits in this kind of regulatory frameworks for the management of Waitaha Canterbury's environment. So it's part of the whole plan framework. It crosses over a few of the different plans. And it's really about removing barriers within those plans to developing good infrastructure, constructing wetlands, and to being able to change the use of water that's already been allocated. There's quite a lot to get through because this work's sort of been complex and has kind of gone on over the last couple of years. So there's quite a lot to get through in the presentation today. So we just thought it might be good just to let Zella and Jackie sort of rattle through the presentation and then sort of answer questions at the end if that's okay. But I'm just going to hand over to Zella now.
Excellent. Kia ora. It's really great to be here in front of you all. My first time seeing a lot of you around the table, so quite exciting. Today we're going to run through the background to Plan Change 8, the history and the process so far, the options for moving forward with it if that's what you choose to do, and some of the detail of the proposed plan change. This kind of sets out the timeline where we've been and the bits that we've gone through. We'll speak to this as we work through the process, but we'll also come back to you just to highlight where we're at when we're discussing this as we're going through the presentation today. Okay, so Plan Change 8, it continues the work program started by the previous council, and the aim is to address, as Lisa said, some real barriers to implementing the regional plans as they're set up now. For example, Christchurch City Council is having trouble consenting stormwater treatment wetlands. There's a bridge that Kiwi Rail want to build that can't avoid intercepting groundwater. Those have been caught up in the implementation and interpretation of our plan. The plan change was initially focused on the take and use of water, but it was expanded to include making it easier to construct wetlands and to consider restrictions on additional agricultural intensification. But really the overarching objective is to get rid of unintended obstacles and regulatory hurdles. So this is the process that we went through. So we started off with our initiation, our development, our scoping stage. At this point, we engaged with mana whenua primarily through the Papatipu Runanga entities. Their preferred way to work was largely through being informed of the process and then having feedback in what's called Clause 3 and Clause 4A consultation. They didn't feel the need to be involved in drafting or in-depth discussions. They just wanted to be told what was going on and to have opportunity to engage at the formal steps of the process. That was that bit. So we went drafting, as you do, and then went out for Clause 3 consultation, which is prior to notifying a plan, we have to consult with specific stakeholders. They're listed in the RMA, but we can also go wider than that, and at the direction of Council, Clause 3 was expanded to quite a large collection of people. We then made changes in response to that Clause 3 feedback, came back and delivered some of that information to the Council at the time. Then somewhere in there, we had a plan stop. Yes, so we had the first Resource Management Act plan stop that affected freshwater planning instruments. PC8 is not, it falls in a funny category where the first plan stop was for freshwater planning instruments that gave effect to the NPSFM. Plan Change 8 is not written to give effect to the NPSFM because it doesn't go through all the steps that you would do, what's called the NOF steps, engagement with the community at various stages, looking at targets and limits. It's not about that, it's about fixing some very specific issues. So it was a little bit marginal about where it fitted within that first plan stop. So Council directed us to engage with the Ministry for the Environment to find out what we could do with it. Through that engagement, it was discussed that we could get through, but probably not the Part C, which we will discuss in further detail, but that's the bit was about agricultural intensification. So we came back and we did the 4A consultation, which is where we adapted for Clause 3, then went out specifically to iwi to see what they had to say. We're about to come back to Council to discuss that when we got Plan Stop 2. Plan Stop 2 affects everything that isn't a freshwater planning instrument. So once again, we went back to MFE and went, where are we now? And Plan Stop 2 does specifically affect Plan Change 8. However, it is eligible to meet exemption criteria for the change of use in water and the constructed wetlands. It won't meet the exemption criteria for agricultural intensification. That means that Council could proceed with the first two parts of Plan Change 8, provided the Minister grants us an exemption to allow it to be notified. That sounds awfully complicated, and certainly if you've got questions, we'll revisit that as we go through the process. Okay, so as I've said, we're impacted by Plan Stop 2, the most recent amendments to the RMA which prevent notification. It's to ensure councils do not expend resources unnecessarily before a new plan or new national direction, new RMA comes into force. But the Plan Stop does have exemptions that allow for unworkable plan provisions or priority resource management issues, which is what this plan change does. The exemptions are there for things that can't wait, and we consider that the issues that we're bringing to you today are urgent and need to be addressed now, that they'll provide things that are necessary as we transition into whatever new system there is. There's stuff that needs to happen in Waitaha at the moment that is being held up by our planning process. I think, Council didn't have time to make a decision before the election, and there is an option for a change to the plan if the Minister decides to modify it directly, but that's another kind of convoluted and complicated pathway that would not enable the community discussion that we think may be really useful to make sure that these provisions are robust and workable. Okay. So this is what happens next. So that's a little bit of the history, but without telling you very much about what Plan Change actually is. But it is a collective term for a package of changes to the regional planning framework. Mostly it involves the Canterbury Land and Water Regional Plan, but it also relates to the Huranui-Waihao River Regional Plan and the Waipara Catchment Environmental Flow and Allocation Regional Plan. The other regional plans don't have provisions that have been impacted by the implementation issues that we've been discussing. Okay, and as I said, it originally had three parts: the taken use of water, wetland construction and agricultural intensification. But again, as I've said, agricultural intensification doesn't meet any of the exemption criteria. Another part of the agricultural intensification was including intensive winter grazing limits. Those were in the National Environmental Standards for freshwater and were intended to expire, but the government decided to include aspects of them going forward in the NESF, so they became redundant to have in our plan anyway, and it would have created a confusing implementation issue where you had two things trying to do the same thing. It just wasn't, we don't consider it's worth carrying that forward. So our recommended plan change now only includes parts A and part B. They both seek to be more enabling and resolve unintended issues. And now it's Jackie's turn.
Kia ora, thank you. So I'm going to go into the detail of the plan change. Some of you have heard some of this detail quite a few times from us, and for some of you this is the first time we're presenting to you. So it is challenging to get across all the detail in a short time, but we'll go through it, and we've allowed for plenty of time for questions at the end to fill in any gaps. So as Zella's explained, there's two parts to the plan change that we're recommending be included in the exemption application, and I'll start with the first one being Part A, which relates to the rules in the plan for the taken use of water. And that itself then kind of splits into two topics because there are two separate rule pathways, or two new rule pathways that we're recommending. I'll start with the first one, which is a set of policies and rules to be more enabling for the interception of groundwater for a specified list of infrastructure. So just to recap before I get into the detail up there, so the interception of groundwater is considered to be a take, and in some cases a use, so it needs to be authorised by a rule in the plan or a resource consent. Infrastructure often intercepts groundwater unintentionally, and in some cases intentionally where it's required for the functioning of the infrastructure, and a good example of that is a stormwater treatment wetland. So the issue there is that it's a prohibited activity to take new water in fully or over allocated groundwater zones in Canterbury, and there are a lot of fully or over allocated groundwater zones. And so because the interception of groundwater is a take, it means that in any situations where infrastructure might intercept groundwater in a fully or over allocated zone is a prohibited activity, and they can't obtain a resource consent. And we have seen examples where this has prevented infrastructure projects of benefit to the community. Zella's already mentioned two good examples: stormwater treatment ponds and bridge pylons. So the proposal is to add new policies and rules which will provide for the interception of groundwater for a specified infrastructure, and by that I just mean a list of infrastructure that's actually written into the rule. Those rules include some permitted activity rules for road and rail drainage, recognising that they're relatively minor activities that are seeking to drain away unwanted water underneath the roads and rail. And then for all other infrastructure, there's a set of rules that will require a resource consent subject to conditions. We can move on to... So that's the detail it's going to cover. We can come back to questions about that at the end if you like. We're then going to move on to 4A feedback. So last year we came back to council and went through what the clause 3 feedback was. Then we did some more drafting, and we went back out to iwi, which is what the clause 4A feedback is, and says we've made some more tweaks. What do you think? Sorry, I should have said first, Runanga were also consulted as part of clause 3 feedback. So it's another opportunity to go back and check in about the changes that we're proposing. For the interception of groundwater, Runanga are broadly supportive of the concept. They just want to make sure that the rules aren't too broad in what they allow and don't lead to unintended consequences. So there was, at the same time, there was some requests to broaden the scope. And then probably the key thing that came through in 4A was to make sure that adverse effects on Ngāi Tahu values and sites of significance are avoided. Previously, the requirement in there talked about managing adverse effects. A number of the changes that were requested in Clause 4A feedback had actually been addressed in Clause 3, so we have made quite a few changes to address these concerns, but the ones most recently that we've made include adding policy requirements that adverse effects on Ngāi Tahu values and sites of significance are avoided. Other changes that we didn't make in terms of the scope is simply because this is intended to be quite a narrow plan change, and so we've kept the scope limited to just a list of specified infrastructure. And then I'll move on to, so the other part of Part A is a set of policies and rules to enable a change in water use. And so the issue is fairly similar here. So a new use of water is prohibited in fully or over allocated zones, and so that means there's no other consent pathway to change use of water. So that means existing consent holders are locked into the use that their resource consent specifies now, and they tend to be fairly tight and fairly limited in the uses that they will enable on the consent. So there are a number of situations where changing use of water can actually be beneficial either to the consent holder in terms of what it enables them to do on their land, or beneficial to the community or the environment. And so it's a very limiting situation where it's prohibited and they can't even apply for a consent to change their use. And when we went through Clause 3 consultation, we got some good examples from district councils and other water users about the sorts of situations where they would like to change their use of water. And this included things like changing to lower impact activities, use of water for mitigation for an existing dust quarry, so where they want to improve their dust suppression, but they might need more water, or to change the use of the water on their existing consent. A lot of farmers hold irrigation consents that don't specify dairy shed washdown, which is obviously something they need to do, and they're unable to legitimise that on their consent. And there are a number of other examples as well that have come up. So the proposal there is to add a set of rules that will allow existing consent holders to apply for a resource consent to change their use of water. And if we go on to the next slide, recognising that these are likely to be used in fully or over allocated catchments only. If you're in an under allocated catchment, you could just apply for a whole new consent, which would probably be easier. But recognising that these rules are likely to be used in fully or over allocated catchments, the policy and rule requirements are quite strict, and that's mostly to ensure that there's no increase in actual use of water through this process, and there's no increase in allocated water, which is sometimes referred to as paper allocation. So the key criteria there are that the consent must have been exercised in the past 5 years. We don't want consents that have been sitting there unused to suddenly be changed in use and used, because that would result in an increase in actual use. Similarly, there's conditions to prevent an increase in the actual allocation or the use of water based on previous water use. And in response to Clause 3 and 4A feedback, we have recommended adding 2 limits which are prohibited, and that is a change to water bottling and a change from non-consumptive to consumptive use. The policies also require consideration of water use efficiency, so that would be taken into account when considering the rate and volume of take going forward, the amount of water used in the past, to keep an eye on that actual use of water and make sure it doesn't increases, and consideration of whether it's appropriate to reduce the allocation of water allocated to that consent. So, yep, sure.
That last point about whether it's appropriate to reduce the allocation of water to the consent, initially we drafted that as being a condition of the rule, but we think it's more appropriate to sit within the policy framework so that it could be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, thank you. And that also came about, that was something that was pointed out in Clause 4A consultation by Runanga as well, that it was a better fit for the policies and rules to be structured that way. Just wanted to note that the aim here is to enable a change in use while avoiding increases in allocation and actual use of water. So this set of rules isn't specifically intended to address over-allocation in Canterbury. It's a much bigger issue that will need to be dealt with in a future plan review. However, the proposed rules and policies are deliberately strict, just to make sure that in the meantime, while we have this sort of interim set of rules in place, that we don't accidentally allow any increase in allocation or actual use of water. Another issue that's come up that we just wanted to raise is transfers of consents. So a concern that someone could change the use and then transfer to another site. And this proposal doesn't change the transfer provisions. They're already managed by the existing plan. They're reasonably strict, and so anyone wanting to change use and then transfer would need to go through a two-step process, and the second step would be could be the first or second, would be the transfer. And some of the limitations in the existing plan on that is you cannot transfer a consent across an allocation zone or a catchment, so you can't move water all that far. And in many over-allocated catchments, the plan requires a surrender of water, and it's as much as 50% of the allocated water in a number of catchments. So those restrictions on transfers, in my experience, and when I was in the resource consent section, are fairly limiting and stop a lot of people even trying to transfer water. So Clause 4A feedback for the proposal to change in water use. We did get quite a bit of feedback on this, similarly, which we did for Clause 3 as well. And certainly Runanga have concerns that the rules are too broad and could have unintended consequences. They are concerned about changing use and then the associated transfer process and the fact that that's not consistent with iwi management plans in Canterbury. They noted that the proposed requirements to consider efficiency of water use won't effectively manage some uses, such as water bottling, and as a consequence, they requested that a change in use to water bottling be prohibited. And as I've said, we did add that condition in response to that feedback. So we did make, as Ella's just talked about, we did make quite a few changes. We changed around how the policies and rules work together to address some of the concerns raised. We added that prohibition on change in use to water bottling. I think those are the main changes. I would note for the unintended consequences, we did consider that, but the rules and policies that went out for consultation were already pretty tight, and we didn't identify any sort of other ways to tighten them up. Yep. So that's water use. We'll move on to Part B, if that's okay.
Can we just ask a couple of questions on that
might be
particular point?
better to ask questions about
so
that.
I've got one from Councillor Mackay, Sunkel, then Faulkner, Gerard, Robinson. We'll go through those and then we'll come to this bit,
With regard to the prohibition of a change in use to water bottling, that seems to be a significant policy change from the way our organisation has looked at RMA since 2010, when the Commissioner started developing the Land and Water Plan, where we are picking winners and losers rather than based on effects, outcomes. And you've done it as a result of 4A feedback, so very limited feedback. I guess I just really want to register my concern about planners actually being able to do that when it hasn't come from a policy shift at the council. So I'm pretty uncomfortable about a prohibition around there and picking winners and losers, because to me this is the start of the slippery slope.
Understood and agree. It is a bit of a shift, I guess, and it is definitely, I think, your feedback's going to reflect the sort of feedback we're going to get. All I would say is I don't, something we perhaps haven't mentioned is the final step in this process, well, not the final, but the next step, a few steps on, is public notification, where anybody can make a submission and have their say. The bit about a prohibited change to water bottling is a proposed condition in the rule, and so that's something that can be submitted on, and the feedback from all of the community can be taken into account at this time, so it's not locked in.
Supplementary then, my understanding is that we will get to see, councillors will get to see this before the council agenda. Is there an opportunity to change it at that stage or not? Should the table...
Yes, there will be an opportunity to change it, because we're asking you to make a decision to send it through for an exemption. If you don't want it to be sent through for an exemption in the format that we provide it in, we will go away and change it and come back to you to apply later.
Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, and thank you for your explanations. You've covered off most of the questions I had. I guess in relation to this conversation, would such a clause potentially impede a minister agreeing to the change if it didn't sort of fit with wider government policy? I'm not arguing for it, but there's just the question in my mind is one question, and possibly just a brief definition of consumptive use. So you've said water bottling and consumptive use. So just what do you define as consumptive use? Just to be clear in my head.
The inclusion of the prohibition on water bottling and the impact on the exemption process is something that we're considered, and we think there is a risk there. That's something for you to weigh up as council, and I'll let Jackie talk about the consumptive versus non-consumptive.
Yeah, actually, I would have to check the definition in the plan for that, to be honest, which I don't have in front of me. But it is simply intended to not. I think it would be if a consent sort of specifies that it's a non-consumptive use, that it couldn't then be changed to something that is consumptive. But I'd have to come back to you on the definition, which I think.
Yeah, justify, I guess, consumptive in my mind. Yes, you put water in a bottle and ship it off site. That's a consumptive use, or.
Yeah, so consumptive, yes, and I'll check the definition, but by what we intended or what we mean by that is anything where the water is actually removed from the system, and generally typically the consumptive or non-consumptive definition will reflect that it's not actually physically taken away. So if it, for example, might be diverted and put back into a river in a very short distance, that might be considered non-consumptive in some situations. But generally anything that puts it in a bottle and takes it away, that is a consumptive use because it's been removed from the aquifer or the surface water body.
Look, thank you for that. And I just come back to, does putting water bottling in impede potentially the decision of the minister? And I know in talking to the minister has no ability to amend what our planning proposal is. So it's either a very binary, a yes or a no. And I guess my fear is we need to think about if the minister goes, I don't like that, the answer is no So I'm just thinking about the risk of the minister saying no if they don't like a piece of it.
Well, I think that's the benefit of having a briefing first before we put forward a paper for you to make a decision. And I think this is actually really helpful in terms of the, again, we make a punt of what we think a way forward, but actually then after the briefing, we can adjust actually what we put forward as advice, or that there will be on certain points, maybe those are decision points for council, and we will take direction. So we are listening and writing down, and actually in terms of due process, some of those decisions of actually we can propose to only put part A and B, for example, up to the minister. If the direction is we put all of them up and get the minister to decide, that's what we'll do. But again, it might be a decision. And similarly, the approach to water bottling, that's the advice that we got through Section 4A. But actually, if that's not what represents your view, then we will make that change. So again, this is the briefing stage, and we'll amend the paper.
Councillor Mackenzie, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just a clarity from John, when you said you might have discussed this with Minister in general details. Are you suggesting including water bottling might jeopardise the chance of BC8 getting a yes, or excluding?
That is something I've not discussed with her. I discussed the proposal we put forward is the proposal, and the minister will either say, yes, you can take it forward to consultation, or no, you cannot. And there is no ability for the minister to put a pen through a particular clause or a line and rule it out and say, but you can do this. So my question is, if we put something in that the minister may not like, we risk the minister saying no to everything. It's binary. It's a yes or a no. So I'm not arguing for one or the other. I'm just pointing the risk out.
Okay, so
are you suggesting you've got a gut feeling that if we include...
Councillor Robinson.
It'll be interesting to know what ministers have said. Sorry, but really, it's very difficult to sit here and hear what ministers have said or could include. But yeah, anyway, with regards to the 4A feedback, that's what I read first and went backwards to the clause 3. From what I can see with regards to the change of water, every single runanga was opposed to that provision in there. So I don't know where it's coming from that it's somehow a good idea. Like I saw, well, that's what I picked from it. I'm wondering what risk assessments we've done on the change of use with regards to nitrates and intensification and the over-allocated areas with some of those environmental outcomes that we're wanting to get, but the unintended consequences of allowing the change of use could have perverse outcomes. So I'm wondering what assessments have been done in that area. Thank you.
We haven't assessed that specifically because there's other parts of the plan that would need to look at that. And it also is conditions of the rule that would mean that assessment happened on a case-by-case basis, because you could choose to move to a activity that was had less nitrate. So we couldn't assess it across the board because we can't tell what people may choose to use this rule for. But we do consider that there's enough checks and balances in the plan to have that assessment through the consent process.
A quick one, and then we'll move into
just
Megan
quick with regards to the water bottling provisions. I just want to address that can actually be looked at the point of consenting. So, based on the Cresswell Itakuri recent Supreme Court case, it said that it should have been looked at its the outcome of water bottling at the point of consenting, not at the stage of the Supreme Court. So, whether or not it's part of the provisions, I wouldn't necessarily think it would be detrimental or beneficial.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I just wanting some.
Wrong Mackay. Councillor Megan Mackay. Then we've got Councillor Scott, and then Councillor the other Mackay, and then there's a few others over here, and then we'll move on to the wetland stuff.
So the question that I have is, while we're talking about whether or not to have the consumptive rule in there as an avoid policy or not, I'd like to know clearly what the cultural values are that have been expressed about why this is really important for mana whenua, because it's been in here consistently through the advice, and we're also aware of what Councillor Robinson has referred to, which is the lead up into mana whenua taking this position. So I think for the benefit of all councillors around the table, it would be really helpful to clearly advise what the cultural values are that are wanting to be protected.
Well, can I just answer that slightly differently? So in terms of what the advice that the Runaka gave us, that's what we have proposed. So
what are the underlying cultural values so that everybody here can make an informed decision about whether or not to include it or not?
The point I was making is, in terms of the briefing, rather than doing that here, that was the advice that we were given, and I think, I can hand it over for my team to be answering in detail. We have proposed that it isn't, given that was the advice that we were given, but I actually think in terms of whether it is or isn't in, that will be one of the things that when we come back next week will need to be debated and discussed and voted on most probably.
Then my only feedback on that would be to enable an informed discussion. It would be very helpful to understand what because you're doing an assessment of environmental effects, in which case the cultural values are one of those effects that you're assessing, because it was to hear so quickly, we've heard your feedback and we're going to change it, or we might change it. I think it would be really helpful to really clearly articulate that before we make that decision next week.
Yeah, so we've got a Section 32 report that'll accompany the draft provisions that does sort of go through that assessment. The other thing that we'll make available to all councillors is the clause 4 feedback that came through, so that you'll actually have those submissions there. So like, rather than us trying to say this is what all Runaka have said, we can sort of say let Runaka for themselves.
It's all live on the website, 3 and 4A, and that's what I'm referring to, is the opposition to the change of use was very clear.
Councillor Scott?
Concerned that we're going to relitigate ourselves in this council out of a position that we're trying to take to solve a problem that we've had for a long, long time. And we've been pushed by our communities to actually get a decision on this. And it seems to me this more simplistic advice that we can give on this, the better to the Minister. And I'm just a bit concerned that we might be going round and round circles again. I take the points that have been made. I take those points. But there is some seriousness about getting something done here.
Councillor Faulkner.
Those are very good points that everybody's making. I just have a question in regard to the taken use rules, appropriate to reduce the allocation of water to the consent or reduce over allocation. And I wonder whether that's sending a yeah, no, you can't kind of message to potential consent holders that wish to change. And I wonder whether it would be more beneficial if there was an efficiency policy in there, because an over-allocated zone is not going to potentially reduce or improve flow into a river if they've got an 80 or 90 litres a second and you get reduced by 10%, but it might be enough to put off a potential land use applicant.
There is an efficiency test there. And sorry, in trying to fit this into the time we've got, I appreciate all your comments and we are listening and noting that down, but it's hard to capture all of this detail. But that part of the policy requirement is an efficiency test. And I should also say that we're focusing on the new policies and rules that we're recommending be added, but all of the existing policies in the plan apply as well. So all of the policies and other requirements in the plan around efficiency still come into play. I'm not sure that answers your question exactly, but agree with you, efficiency needs to be a consideration, and it is.
No, if I was a consent holder and I was looking at that and having to go through, we're trying to simplify processes, and to see that in there, I would think, this is potentially going to take a lot of time, a lot of consultancy work, more cost, and we're trying to simplify things.
Councillor Gerard.
Right, I'll move on from the bottling one, but I had something there for the key criteria. Consent must have been excised in the past 5 years. I was at I was part of a conversation where the discharge consent was obtained solely for the significant capital gain on the value of property rather than any use. And so, I think that it must be excised in 5 years. Does that get round that problem? And if so, what is the baseline year for the 5 years requirement?
Yes, it is partially to address that problem and just make sure that, so people don't hold on to consents in the thought that they might be valuable to change in use, further down the track, because the increase in actual use there would be a concern. Sorry, your second question, the baseline. So, it would just apply, I guess, at lodgement of the consent that they would have to have used it within the last 5 years. Is that what you're asking?
Is it from the first day of that this consent is granted?
This provision was taken from the fact that the RMA allows us to cancel consents that aren't used within 5 years. So it starts from the time the consent is issued and beyond appeal, the clock starts ticking. If you used it in year one and then didn't use it again and then you thought, and you've got to year 6 and you haven't used it, we could still consider that's not been exercised in the last 5 years. So it's kind of a rolling number. Have I made that more complicated?
5 years starts from
5 years starts from when you either got it or when you last used it.
Councillor Moody.
Thanks for this briefing on what's obviously a complicated, plan change with lots of stuff in it, and some more reading for us needed to do out of council. You mentioned at the start the Waipara River. Yes, and that's a wonderful river that's been tragically decimated in recent years. You can fish in the spring, but by Christmas it's almost dry. How does that come into this, that river?
It has rules that are caught up in the interpretation of taken use that mean you couldn't apply to change the use of water if you took it under that plan. So some parts of these rules would apply within that catchment. Particularly the infrastructure.
Just to clarify, there are no changes proposed to the rules? Or just
turn your button on.
Sorry. It's just a couple of, it's a couple of changes to the policy requirements just to support the decision making around the rules that are already in place in the Waipara catchment plan. So we're not recommending that any more takes of water be enabled there. We're just providing clearer policy guidance about how the rules might be applied in these situations. I can be more specific if you want, but I just need to find them. But off the top of my head, I think it's a couple of changes to the policy to support. Actually, I'll need to check it. Sorry. Yep, I am getting.
If we can get that, I mean, we don't have a huge amount of time.
Yeah.
So if we can get that to council,
Yeah. It is around just two policies that support where consent might be granted to take water for the interception of groundwater. So it's around enabling that infrastructure. It's a pretty limited situation, and it's just policy support. The rules that are in the Waipara catchment plan already apply.
Okay, thanks. So it's not about the fact that might be, I don't know if it is or isn't an over-allocated catchment. It's about infrastructure intercepting groundwater.
The changes to the Waipara plan are limited to two tweaks to policies to provide some supporting policy guidance on when it might be appropriate to enable a consent to be granted for the interception of groundwater. The rules already provide that consent pathway.
Okay, so we'll move on to is there any other questions on this? Oh, sorry, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, just with regard to the key criteria and the policies around the change in use, you say are only likely. Only likely is not providing me with a great deal of confidence, so I'm seeking a little bit more assurance that they will only apply to fully or allocated zones rather than are only likely to apply as quite got a lot of distance between the bookends.
So the way the rules, and as we've said, any of this is up for change. We're considering, obviously, listening to what you're saying. The way the rules are worded, they don't stop someone in an under-allocated catchment seeking to use those rules. What we anticipate, though, is in those situations, there's already a consent pathway for them to obtain new water under the existing rules. And so we just expect they would choose that pathway because then they could get a whole new consent with a new duration and start over with consent conditions.
Yeah.
So supplementary, they could bottle water.
We'll see it.
If they're in an under-allocated catchment, there's nothing stopping them at the moment from doing that, yes.
Okay, we've got one technical question from the other Councillor Mackay, and then we'll move into the constructive wetlands.
Great. So just thinking forward for what's going to come next week, will we be getting a Section 32A assessment that comes with some of this avoidance policy from a planner perspective to know, whether or not you've done that assessment to put it forward as a rule framework?
That wasn't our intention. We can provide it if you like, but because we're only applying for exemption at this stage, we felt it was appropriate just to have the policy and rule framework for you.
And of course, the only reason I'm asking is it's been put forward that this change is only coming because of Runanga feedback, but in fact, we've got expert planners that have undertaken that assessment as well.
Just to clarify, by change, do you mean this addition of the water bottling?
The change to the avoid policy or the consumptive?
Sorry, I think we're getting our wires crossed there.
So what I've heard is in response to mana whenua and runanga feedback, it's been to adopt a policy so that you can't do the consumptive take. And what I'm asking is, in that change then that's come about since this was first put forward, has there been a planner assessment to determine whether or not to put that forward, or did it just come directly from feedback and no expert planner assessment?
The intention was always to not allow any increase in actual use, and if someone's got a non-consumptive consent and they change to consumptive, that would allow an increase in actual use, or at least of water being removed from the system. So we did think about it and consider it, and we agreed that it was very good feedback. It's been a long process, and sometimes it's hard to remember back, but I do feel like the consumptive issue might have been raised in Clause 3 by other stakeholders as well, so perhaps don't want to put that all on iwi, but that is the stage in the process where we realised it was perhaps a good idea.
Okay, we'll move into Part B.
And neither Jackie, Zella or Lisa are going to sit here and say we're expert planners, but they are. Yeah.
We'll move.
Me.
Can we move into the next part, because we need to get to the end where we get a conversation.
Thank you. That's me again. So part B, and this might be briefer, it might be a little bit more self-explanatory, but wetland construction and operation is something that the community is expressing a desire to do. There are a lot of benefits of wetlands, and farmers in particular have expressed a desire to create wetlands on their property. The problem with wetlands in the plan is that there's quite a broad range of activities that can be involved when you want to construct and operate a wetland, and so there are a lot of rules that apply, and it can trigger a consent requirement in a lot of situations, and in some cases the application is publicly notified. So there's quite a lot of cost, and creating a wetland is already quite a costly process before you get to the regulatory part. So to try and address that issue, the proposal was to add a set of bespoke policies and rules that are specifically for wetland construction. They pull all the requirements for all the different activities that are typically involved in wetland construction into one set of rules. And they also include a permitted activity pathway to be more enabling of wetland construction without the additional cost of a consent process. In addition, if a wetland activity does trigger the rules, we propose a preclusion on public notification, so they won't end up in that costly process. I should just note that the recommended rules don't include wetlands that are created for stormwater and wastewater treatment, and that's because they involve treating contaminants that needs a bit more management, and there's already a set of existing rules in the plan that cover that, so we recommend that they be left as they are. And then finally, I guess just note that the government has signalled as part of their package of changes to the Resource Management Act and National Direction that they have been consulting on a proposal to do the same thing pretty much, to make the creation and maintenance of wetlands a permitted activity. It's a bit early in the process to know where that's going and to recommend to you that we withdraw this, so it's still in at this stage, but we are in the loop and we're keeping a watching brief on that. And part of the reason why this plan change was divided into A and B is so that the parts could proceed independently of each other if needed. 4A feedback, much more supportive and less contentious, which I do acknowledge was the case for the previous clauses. So the clause 4A feedback from iwi is generally supportive of the intention to be more enabling of constructing wetlands, and also of the recognition of the ecological benefits of wetlands. There was some concern that the rules might be too enabling, particularly where it might enable activities to occur in the bed of a stream or a river. There was a concern about water storage being enabled, and there was a request to exclude construction activities due to the effects that can occur on water quality when you're constructing a wetland. So some of those things had actually already been addressed in response to Clause 3, so we had made some tweaks to the rules to make sure that it didn't enable water storage. And we already had a condition in there about effects on water quality due to construction. So in response to this feedback, we went and had another look, and we've strengthened that condition, made it a bit tighter. And we have the issue around activities in the beds of streams and rivers is tricky, because the purpose of these rules is to try to be more enabling of wetland construction. And if we start putting too many limits on what can occur in the bed of a stream or river, we won't achieve that purpose. They won't be any more enabling than what the current rules are. So it's a difficult balance to strike. At the moment, the recommendation is to limit some activities in the bed of a stream or a river, but not entirely exclude them. And I should say, similar to my answer previously, those sorts of things and conditions are up for consideration as part of the public consultation process. So none of that is locked in. We've done our best to consider the feedback so far, but there will definitely be a lot more feedback on that to come. And then we made some minor changes for clarity that were suggested. I think that takes us to the end of the detail. Yep.
Okay, so I'll go to, on the wetland piece, I've got a question from Councillor Mackenzie and then Councillor Campbell and Gerard at this stage.
Yeah, just one question, and I might make a comment at the end as well. But the question really is around the definition of stormwater. And I've been Googling the definitions of stormwater, and there are two. One is all runoff, and the other is urban stormwater. And are your restrictions specifically aimed at urban stormwater? Because, in fact, the construction of wetlands in a rural setting is specifically to probably treat stormwater.
Yeah, the aim is... Sorry, I just overpressed my button over the top of you. The aim is for the large infrastructure kind of stormwater wetlands that are captured by other rules in our plans, not the on-farm management kind of wetlands.
So it may pay to specify urban stormwater in that perspective.
I think we'll have to check the definition within the plan to make sure that it fits within, but yeah, good point.
I noted the Environment Canterbury website, when it talks about stormwater, specifically refers to urban stormwater, so maybe you're already doing that. The second point is, and I think you've addressed it, that if you make it too difficult to construct a wetland, you're not going to have any. And I'm in the process of designing one now, and if I can't operate in the bed of the what is a polluted drain to create a wetland there without having to get a consent, then it's not going to happen. So you need to think about that.
Councillor Campbell?
Okay, my question is about similar things, including stormwater. At the beginning, you say that one of the issues identified was the Christchurch City Council stormwater treatment wetlands. Are we talking specifically about the Anzac, the Waitaki Street? We're talking about the proposed stormwater wetland there, or are we talking about the tidal wetland that has now been constructed?
We are talking about that wetland, and my understanding is that wetland also intercepts groundwater, and it was pretty much impossible to avoid that. That was a barrier for quite some time. Eventually, I understand that it was realised there was a consent that already provided for that, and that's why it's been able to go ahead and be constructed. We've in fact got a picture of that at the end of the presentation, but that is the wetland I had in my head. Yeah.
So where I'm a bit confused here is that it did intercept groundwater, but it's not a stormwater wetland, it's a tidal wetland. On the other side of the new large stop banks is where some of the constructed stormwater wetlands are meant to go, and that's going to happen all throughout the red zone over the next Lord knows how many decades. But in Part B, it says here that this excludes wetlands for stormwater and wastewater treatment, so I'm a bit confused about the example of a stormwater wetland at the beginning and the exclusion here. Can you just...
Yes, I apologise. I can see how that's become confusing. So the set of rules that we've written to try and enable the wetlands and the interception, the issue there was they needed a water permit to take water because they were intercepting water. And so the set of rules, I know this sounds weird because the second set of rules is about wetland construction, but actually in this case, the set of rules that would be enabling for stormwater wetlands in that situation is actually the first set, the take and use rules. And actually, you've reminded me something I meant to say is the new set of rules for the interception of groundwater are targeted at enabling the operation are potentially open to district councils. And in fact, I've provided that one example, but it's certainly feedback that we got in clause 3 from a number of councils is that they could see those set of rules being useful for wetlands. But I apologise, the second set of rules is very confusing.
So we'll go to Councillor Gerard and then we'll move into the next. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. May?
Yes.
Yep, cool. So I really understand what you're trying to do here, and thank you for all the work. It is difficult, because I've worked on wetlands for a long time, and developing constructed wetlands for stormwater treatment for NZTA, and then also doing more ecological wetlands on farms and that sort of thing, but at the end of the day, the ecological ones are still treating water and retaining water, storing water. So it's really hard to do all these definitions around the purpose of wetlands because they're multi-valued, and so, and also construction, to construct a wetland, there's been all this drainage in our landscapes, and we're undoing the drainage to do it. And often you do need to get the digger in and dig a bit of scrape a bit, and you need to build a weir. It can be quite a natural weir or it can be a concrete weir, whatever. There is construction in a wetland, because we're undoing the drainage. It's all... So I'm just wondering if you've got some wetland guidelines that the council have produced to, as a tool to help this implementation of this policy.
There are guidelines. I don't think they're created by our council, but that we have had input into. But I cannot for the life of me remember who wrote them or why, but I know that we did review them as part of the kind of scoping and drafting for this exercise. So can certainly find those and circulate if that's helpful.
Councillor Davis.
I'm just wanting to mention that there's a convention, the Ramscar UN Convention, and a lot of protection on wetlands. So a natural wetland sort of holds carbon and performs about 10 times better than a man-made wetland. And let's just say there's stormwater retention ponds, because there are stormwater retention ponds that we're learning a lot about. We still haven't sussed this out here, and they're just plantings around the outside. So they're performing, but they're not nearly performing as well as a natural wetland.
Okay. Anybody got questions? We'll move into the next step, the next part.
I think it was you, was it?
That's fine, yes. So moving on to the exemption process to apply to be able to notify this plan for 2027. So the first step is that the proposed plan change is drafted and ready to go because it needs to be submitted with the application. So coming to you today is part of trying to get that step complete. And then back to you, I think, on the 10th of December, where you'll be asked to make a decision on whether to apply for the exemption to what we're calling plan stop. And then the application is submitted by the council to the Minister for the Environment. And at that stage, MFE staff will consider it, and they'll prepare their own brief that goes to the Minister alongside the application, providing advice and comment. The Minister then makes a decision. We don't have a set time frame for that, but they have then said they would advise council as soon as possible of that decision. And at that point, I think we would then be back to you for you to make the decision on whether to notify the proposed plan change.
And if I can just clarify, so when we come back next week, it won't be a decision on to apply or not apply only. We will make it clear for you. So, and we've heard the discussion, and I think it's been really helpful, so everyone's getting up to speed, or feeling like they're putting their point across. It will also have, if there are points of difference, what is included in the application for the minister's exemption. So we can put up a suggestion, or we can do an either or, and I'm happy to take direction, Chair, to make sure that in terms of, from a governance perspective, what you're deciding on. So it won't just be put up or not put up. It will have the points of difference. So and then you can make those decisions. So next week is where the decisions will be made.
Is that the end of the presentation?
There's a wee bit on the exemption process, but I think we've spoken about all of that except the additionally we recommend part. There's indications that a letter from the chair specifically to the minister accompanying an application could be useful, and if it pleases the council, letters of support from the mayors may also assist the process to the minister. That's just some ideas that could help with the process if you chose to apply for an exemption.
Letters from the mayors at the moment.
Yeah.
So Zella, it might be useful just to reiterate ahead of the meeting next week, what will all the accompanying information be? Because we've heard that actually some councillors have heard this many times, and some have not, and some have different points of interest, and we don't actually know what everybody's points of interest are at this early stage. So can you just identify what will be accompanied with the actual paper, the accompanying supplementary information, please?
Yep, so as well as the paper outlining some of what we've spoken about today, we have the draft provisions that we would recommend being put forward for an application for an exemption, and we have an application form for an exemption, not signed, obviously, because you haven't decided that that's what you want to do. So that's what's accompanying the paper for next Wednesday.
And we heard, didn't we, that, or at least a direction on what's on the website from the 32A. There was a bunch of other information that is already out on our website, which we may need to provide direction to, right?
On our website already is the provisions that went out for Clause 3 consultation. Those will be revised, and the revised provisions are the ones that are attached to the paper for Wednesday. The website also has the Clause 3 and 4A feedback in its entirety, but redacted for names. So that's available, and a link to that was sent out with the briefing papers.
Cool. So that's it, isn't it? Because there's only one beautiful picture at the end. Yeah, there we go. That's the tidal wetland. So there's a couple of people who wanted to make a couple of comments. So I'll pass it to the deputy chair first.
Kia ora Dion, tēnā koe. Kia ora koutou, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, if this was to go forward, I could probably support A and B, especially with that key criteria, for Part A, that no increase in allocation or actual use of water cannot change to water bottling or from non-consumptive to consumptive use. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And the other one was, I think, where is it? On the B part, I think it was on a key recommendation changes, restrict activities in beds of some rivers and streams, add condition to address construction effects on water quality. If they were in there, I'd be happy to support. Kia ora.
Anybody else with a comment? You can ask a question as well, yes.
Yeah. Restrict activities in beds of some streams and rivers. What does the word some mean? Thanks.
Just means we're using a category that will narrow that to smaller streams and rivers, I think, is how that works. Sorry, it's been put this down in pick it up every once in a while. So yeah, I think it's about the size of the river, so it would trigger a consent requirement in some of the bigger rivers. I'll just find that clause. Yeah, it's there. Yep. So it's quite a detailed system that comes from NIWA, but it's basically a way of categorising rivers as an order starting from the top all the way down to the main stem. And so the way the rules are worded at the moment, it permits what's called Order 1 and 2, which is your smaller tributaries, which is where we tend to see these activities occurring. And as I've said, I do see that one as being subject to submissions in the public process. That's a detail that could change and be submitted on pretty heavily, but that's what it's proposed at the moment. So the shorter answer there would have been the size of the water body. Yep.
Councillor Sunkel?
I'm just ruminating over the consumptive use water bottling, and water bottling one's a bit of a red rag to a bull for me. I'm thinking consumptive use, it's okay, but then I think no one could start up a brewery or Coca-Cola or anyone that uses water for any product effectively could not set up business within a zone and utilise the water that might have been used for something else if we go no consumptive use. So there's just a challenge in my mind about what could or cannot happen in a zone where we are technically over allocated. We really stop industry from being able to do whatever.
Do you want to just an answer?
I think if that's already consumptive, they could change to a consumptive use. If it's non-consumptive, they can't, and that idea is because that is already a fully allocated catchment. If we want to revisit that, that needs to be done by fully looking at the allocation blocks and is better done in a later planning process.
Okay, so I'm just getting my head around it. If we're over allocated, I could not transfer my water from farming to an industrial if it was consumptive.
I'm not sure. I think we're getting confused by what consumptive means here. By consumptive, and I'm sorry, I apologise. I didn't think to bring the definitions in the plan to actually, but consumptive is, off the top of my head, I don't think there are many consents out there for non-consumptive uses. By non-consumptive uses, we mean things that don't tend to remove water from the system, and I think maybe cooling water is an example.
More like the heat transfer cooling water thing. Irrigation is considered to be consumptive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
as is taking water for a brewery. So yeah. So it's, by non-consumptive we mean non-consumptive from the system.
okay. So we've got Councillor Moody.
Thank you. So we can have the option to support part of it, not other part. Will that be what you bring back as well? You were talking about not being all yes or all no. You might say, oh, these ones got majority support to proceed. This one didn't. Of the different proposals within the document.
We will ensure that the paper that comes, given it's great to have a run through, we will make sure that each of the decision points are clearly identified for you. Yes, so the answer is yes, we will do that.
And then Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, one going back to John's point, that an example of a non-consumptive use is hydroelectricity, so converting that then to consumptive use. But what concerns me is you keep thumbing through a large whole document of conditions around the wetland construction stuff. And my experience is there's a lot of devil in the detail. And can you send us what your proposed conditions are for the permitted activity tranche so that we could perhaps reflect on that? I mean, Sarah Gerard here, Councillor Gerard, is an expert on wetland construction. I've had a fair bit to do with it through the project I led, which led to the request for these changes of rules. I just want to make sure we're not sort of left-handed.
This detail comes at the later stage, doesn't it? I mean, we're really just asking for an exemption at the moment.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but there's no point in asking for an exemption for something that's not going to work.
The provisions are attached to the paper that will be coming. We could send the permitted activity bits to council now. However, as Jackie said, there's quite a lot of a process to go through before this turns into a reality. So we could spend more time now looking and redrafting those provisions, but that would still push us out in terms of applying for an exemption. So I guess that's a decision that as a council you'll have to consider as well.
So all of that stuff will be attached, all of those things that have been asked for will be attached to the agenda that we're getting so that councillors can have a good read of all of those. Then if they've got questions, they can ask those. But the ultimate thing that we're asking as a decision point on next Wednesday is whether we're wanting to go and ask the Minister for an exemption based on the proposals that we're putting forward for the plan change.
Yes.
And I would say in terms of our internal team and expertise and external expertise as well as discussion, I would feel confident that the provisions would work, but we welcome. We've got a lot of expertise around the table, so absolutely welcome your views as well.
Cool. And in regards to the question that you asked me before, I think you've got a reasonable idea of what pinch points are there. So just highlight potentially some of those. Don't make it overly complicated because we don't want to make it complicated. We need to be able to make a decision. That'd be all. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll close with a closing karakia. Unuhia. Oh, you've got it? Oh, okay, I did miss it. It's you. I was going to just get on with it. No, I'll pass it over to Councillor Davis.
Kia tau tō rangimari e, kia ronga I ngā iwi, o te ao. It means, let your peace reign on all the people of the world.
Nice. Kia ora.